Morena tātou, ki ino e tātou. Hei mua koe i a mātou e hoa hei tui i a mātou mahi katoa. Ko koe ana hoki ai whakakaha i a mātou kia whai kore ai i a mātou mahi. He me timata, he me mahi, he me whakahoti roti a koe. Ki whiwhi ai hoki mātou i te oranga tonu i te mea ata whai tia nei e koe koe i hukureiti hoki tō mātou ariki. Āmene. E te ariki ka tukunga whakamoimiti ki a koe nāu. Ei manaki mai nei i mātou i tēnei ata. Āwhina tia mai ngā kai kōrero i tēnei ata. Kia māma ake ngā whakautu ki ngā pātai. E pāna ki te tai au, kia puta mai te māramatanga ki te tai pūnara. Kia mātou katoa. E pāna ki ngā roto, ngā awa, ngā wairepo. I roto i tēnei takiwā o Porirua ki Manawa tū. Ka tuku atu tēnei inoi ki a koe te ariki i rungi te ngua tōtama i hukureiti ake tōna atu. Āmen.
Name of your son, Jesus Christ.
Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou, ngā roia ko tai mai. Ahakoa kei te wā kāinga te nuinga o ngā iwi e pāna ki tēnei takiwā. He mihi anō, me mihi anō au ki a rātou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Well, good morning everybody and welcome back to the second day of this hearing for the Ngāti Raukawa Confederation and affiliate iwi claims. So I'm going to begin today by seeing if there are any administrative matters that we need to deal with first before we commence this morning. Mr. Tinahu.
Morena, Mum. Just a question. Now that we're in level 1, the claimants are asking if they actually can attend now, or?
Yes, I mentioned yesterday if we go to level 1, they'd be welcome.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mum.
And we also have level 1 protocols on the tribunal website which you're welcome to review. And in fact, it would be a delight to see more people in this room, given the size of it.
I've just had some arriving today, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hall, you
have
had
a
another...
submission that's just being printed. So.
Let's begin then. We had finished cross-examination by Mr. Tinahu, and we were moving to Ms. Lang.
Tēnā koe, Ma'am. And also just entering an appearance for my colleague, Ms. Heather Jameson, joining me from Gisborne this morning. She'll be here today and tomorrow and asking the questions of the next 2 witnesses.
What was the name? Sorry, I can't hear. I'm sorry.
Jameson, Ma'am.
Ms. Jameson.
Yes.
Welcome. Well, we have Dr. Garth Kent, Dr. Hearn, and are we waiting for Dr. Wood? Is he around? Is he online?
Ma'am, he is.
In the room, but they're doing some technical stuff to get the link.
And we have Mr. Derby, of course. All right, Ms. Lang.
Ma'am, my first set of questions are for Dr. Wood. Unfortunately, if he's not available, I'm happy to put those in writing instead.
Oh, he will be available. Are all your questions for Dr. Wood?
No, only my first set. So I'll proceed with my questions for
Yes, because he
Dr.
might
Kent.
join
Yes.
by the end of your 15 minutes.
So tēnā koutou, good morning to you all. My name is Josie Lang and I act for Wai2200, which is a claim by Heitia Raureti on behalf of Ngāti Kapu. So some of my questions were asked yesterday by my friend Miss Scholar Sutton, but I did just want to explore some of the conclusions in your report as they relate to Chapter 12. So these are questions for Dr. Kent. Just starting with a question about the Department of Conservation. At page 696 of your report, you discuss the conservation lands and the relationship between iwi and hapu in the Wellington Conservancy, with the Wellington Conservancy. Are you aware when you conducting your research, did you come across any memorandum of understanding which had been entered into with the Wellington Conservancy and any of the iwi hapu in the rohi?
Yes, I'm aware that there have been some memorandum of understanding, and DOC has had a particularly important role in those. I don't have the specific ones at my fingertips.
No, that's fine, thank you. So, in the absence of an MOU, would you agree that for some groups where there's no MOU present, that the success of the relationship between iwi and hapu and the Department of Conservation, there's varying degrees of success in there, wouldn't there be?
The face-to-face relationships built up by the kaupapa Atawhai staff from DOC working with iwi and with hapu have been very significant.
Thank you. And sometimes the relationship can crystallise at settlement, can't it? When a iwi enters into a settlement with the Crown, that can be a turning point in the relationship. Would you agree?
It is a turning point in the relationship because at settlement, iwi very often have the resources to employ specialised staff, and the availability of specialised staff on iwi and hapu, together with the liaison staff and DOC, and also with regional councils, are very significant. So iwi that haven't settled and that don't have the resources to employ specialised staff are very much at a disadvantage.
Thank you. And so you've discussed the resources are different, but would you agree also that a tiriti relationship with the Crown doesn't necessarily need to, a settlement doesn't need to happen for that to come into effect, does it? That relationship could exist pre-settlement, it would exist post-settlement as well, wouldn't it?
The relationship is there in theory, but it becomes a relationship in practice which is facilitated in the settlement situation.
Sure. So just turning to the Resource Management Act that you discuss at page 557 of your report, section 8 of the Resource Management Act, and you make the comment there that it's a very weak form of delegation, and you'd be aware, wouldn't you, that section 8 has been criticised quite heavily in previous Waitangi Tribunal reports?
Yes. Wai2200 and also district inquiries.
Yes. So where you describe it as a very weak form of delegation, and there's no explicit requirement there for those exercising powers to either recognise or provide for or give effect, those wordings not used in that section. So would you agree, therefore, where decision makers are not required by legislation to give effect to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi in the administration of their powers, then this is prejudicial to Māori?
It's prejudicial to Maori. It's one of the reasons why the relationships with Department of Conservation that have a much stronger treaty clause of a different order to the relationships with district councils or regional councils.
Correct. And just turning now to iwi and hapu planning documents, you discuss at page 697 of your report, and you describe them as a very important tool. And I don't want to denigrate at all from them, those documents. They are incredibly valuable and important. But I did want to just explore with you some of the deficits, shortcomings in the legislation governing their use. So that the directive you describe in section 61 in relation to the regional council preparing or changing a regional policy statement, they must take into account their planning document recognised by an iwi authority. That directive take into account, that doesn't necessarily flow from there. that there's any ability of iwi and hapu to stop or halt or veto a project or proposed course of action, is it?
Take into account, and certainly is not a veto.
No. And there is a wide variance, isn't there, in terms of how, taken into account, how that wording is interpreted by councils, isn't there?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that whilst these documents, these iwi and hapu planning documents, whilst incredibly valuable, the information contained in them is very significant, the way that the legislation is framed, we still don't have ability to devolve decision-making back to iwi and hapu under the RMA, do we?
Well, the provision is there, but it hasn't been taken up with possibly one exception.
So the provision, do you mean, would you mean section 33?
Section 33, yes.
And has that been used in this district, do you know?
Not in this district. I think there may be one somewhere in New Zealand, but it's not in this inquiry district.
No, thank you. And also, mana whakahono arohi arrangements might just be outside of the date range of your report, but are you aware of any of those in this district as well?
Not in specifics. I do have an awareness of some more work on iwi and hapu management plans since we wrote the report.
Thank you. And just finally, in regard to the imbalance of resources, you've discussed this yesterday as well, but would you agree that where resourcing is imbalanced, that this is prejudicial to Māori participation in these resource management processes? You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, it's prejudicial at several different levels. If the documents are not available at the point where districts or regionals are preparing their plan, they don't have the advantage of the insights that would be in an iwi planning document or a hapu planning document. But also if the iwi planning documents or the hapu planning documents are not available, developers are not required to take notice of them as they prepare their submissions or they prepare their applications or prepare evidence for Environment Court.
Thank you. Those are very helpful answers. Those are my questions to Dr. Kent. Is Dr. Wood on the line?
Yes. And I'll mute so that Dr. Wood's available.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Wood. I just have a few questions for you, and these relate to page 458 of your report. This is in regard to Toheroa. So in your answers to questions of clarification, you very helpfully provided some correspondence there between members of the Pukekaraka marae who were seeking to take Toheroa for a hui at Easter, and they made the request to the ministry and they were flatly refused. If they hadn't sought permission and had gone out and gathered the Toheroa, would prosecution was available for those actions at that time? Talking 1951.
If you need to, you could move to my screen.
Yeah, sorry, could you please repeat the question, please?
Sure. So in 1951, if Māori had gathered Toheroa without a permit on Otaki Beach and were caught doing that, would there be the ability to prosecute those people?
Yeah, I believe that was the case.
Thank you.
I think so.
Ms. Lang, if they're regulations, you'll find them, won't you?
Thank you. Yes,
And I
ma'am.
look forward to hearing the submissions on them.
Thank you, Mum.
Yes. Yeah, no, the change, I'm pretty sure, yeah, from it, the change was in 1950 that the Pakeha and, the local Maori ended up on the same regulations as everybody else from 1950 onwards. So.
Right, thank you for
Whereas-
that. And so the Crown had assumed control over the Tohiroa fisheries. Before that assertion of control, would you agree that the kaimoana would have been a resource that would have been regulated, monitored, nurtured by kaitiaki, by the hapu of the coast? They would have had control over it.
Yeah, that's probably true. We didn't obviously have a lot of evidence on that, though obviously you did that right at the beginning in the 1930s. You did have kaitiaki asking about becoming sort of honorary rangers and so forth. So that suggests they already had an interest in that sort of role.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you. We're now moving to those online, and Mr. Beaumont is first from Te Hā Legal.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. My
Morena.
first set of questions are for Dr. Hearn. So first off, Dr. Hearn, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, Morena, Dr. Hearn. Can you please turn to page 89 of your main report?
Yes.
About halfway through the first paragraph, you mention the purchase of the Te Awaho block, and you say this would have allowed access to the interior of the Manawatu. You note that this was completed despite bitter divisions among the hapu of Ngāti Raukawa. In your view, would these divisions have been beneficial to the provincial government as their policy of divide and conquer used to purchase lands?
That purchase went ahead despite the opposition of a number of hapu within Raukawa.
Yes.
I think the evidence is that the Crown was able to take some advantage of those divisions.
And those divisions would have included the disputes between Ngāti Apa, Rangatane, and Ngāti Kaupata and Ngāti Raukawa around 1862, wouldn't it? So both the inter-iwi and the divisions between the hapu of the iwi.
There were many cross currents, and among those iwi and within Raukawa over the Te Awaho purchase.
And further down the page, you discuss the continuation of the Crown preemptive system of land purchase. You note that the outcome was that those who claimed the ownership of the Manawatu lands could not bring their claims before a court, could not deal privately with the lands in question, and were compelled to deal with the Crown as the body in which was vested the power to determine ownership and to conduct purchase negotiations. And just to clarify here, are you referring to Māori owners claiming ownership?
Just not quite sure that I follow your question there.
So here, when you say the outcome was that those who claimed ownership of the Manawatu lands could not bring their claims before a court, what I'm wanting to know, when you say those who, are you referring to Māori who are claiming ownership?
Māori could not bring their claims before the Native Land Court under the 1862 Native Lands Act.
Yes. And so essentially, then Featherston was seeking to bypass any process that might give Māori an opportunity to make legitimate claims to land by ensuring that the Crown was then the ultimate decision-making body, wasn't he?
What Featherston was anxious to do was to bypass the Native Land Court. And hence we had the provision in the 1862 Act, and I think that was carried forward into the 1865 Act. So, and that was one of the major points of contention advanced by the Raukawa, that they were denied the opportunity to have their claims investigated by the tribunal that had been set up explicitly for that purpose.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for Dr. Hearn, Your Honour. A lot of my questions have already been covered by previous counsel. My next set of questions are for Dr. Wood. So just checking that you can hear me okay, Dr. Wood?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, are you able to please turn to page 196 of your main report?
Yes.
And I just have a few questions about the general questions about draining of wetlands.
Yes.
And it's correct to say, isn't it, that the draining of the wetlands was undertaken for the benefit of the Pākehā settlers, with no thought given to Māori who placed a much greater value on wetlands than Pākehā did.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
And it is also correct that there is little evidence that the Crown understood or gave consideration to the value that they placed on the wetlands in general, meaning that there's little evidence that the Crown actually understood what that value was.
Yeah, generally that's correct.
And furthermore, there was no consultation with Māori in the district before wetlands draining works were begun in the district, were there?
No.
And in general, it's correct to say that the economic objectives of the settlers were given prominence over Māori needs, isn't it?
Yes, that would be correct, generally, yes.
Yeah, well, thank you. Those are all my questions, Your Honour. Just in terms of the following report, which is A197, I just respectfully seek leave to withdraw my questions for that report, and I've already informed the Coordinating Council of that request.
Thank you, Mr. Beaumont.
And I'm also seeking leave to be excused intermittently throughout the day, as I have some other urgent matters for some claimants to attend to.
Yes, no, that's fine. When you are present, though, could you make yourself seen? Don't turn your video off. That's what I'm saying. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Tēnā koe, Your Honour.
Mōrena.
I will be asking questions today. I am asking questions around Chapter 5, which is deforestation. So I believe I'll be asking those of Dr. Wood, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Chapter 5 was Dr. Kent.
Dr. Kent, right, my apologies. Dr. Kent, I'll be addressing these questions to you. So, as I said, my name is Rachel Brown. I'm here on behalf of Wai2200 and Wai1619, which are claims on behalf of Ngāti Pariwahawaha and Ngāti Waiwai. These questions today are going to just be more of a general nature. I just want to extrapolate some what I believe to be key ideas from your chapter. And if I could just draw your attention to page 166, table 5.1, what the Crown knew about deforestation and erosion in 1874. Now, I won't read that out as it's very clearly set out in the report. And I note in your answers to questions of clarification, you state that you used Julius Vogel's speech for that, as you believe it's the most comprehensive source of what the Crown knew at that time. So in this table, you very clearly outline what the Crown knew about deforestation at this point in time. Yes?
That's correct. It was set out in detail in Vogel's speech, but it was also set out in a substantial way in the documents that Vogel tabled at the same time as he gave his speech.
Yes, there's a huge amount of information, so thank you. And if I turn to page 69, you discuss a report from the Crown Lands Department to Parliament written in 1881. But in the absence of any wanton destruction in the forests, it has not yet been deemed necessary to frame any very stringent conditions regulating the cutting and removal of timber, etc. So the Crown Lands Department, who wrote this report, they were at this time responsible for forests and lands.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. And so just to confirm, you're saying on the one hand, the department was required to prepare lands for settlement by surveying blocks and cutting access roads. But on the other hand, it was asked to reserve forests to minimise the risk of erosion, sort of like a dual purpose.
In the later stage, it had that dual purpose, yes.
Yeah. So in 1874, the Crown, like you mentioned, and Julius Vogel mentioned, the Crown knew all of these things about deforestation, but yet in 1881, the Crown Lands Department still doesn't think it's necessary to frame stringent conditions regulating deforestation at all.
Well, it from time to time set aside forest reserves, but once the land that was set aside as forest reserves was of interest for settlement, then it took the reserves out of reserve and put them into general lands and made them available for settlement.
Thank you. Do you think it was the two purposes of the Crown Lands Department were a bit conflicting? On the one hand, being asked to reserve forests, and on the other hand, develop land for settlement. Would you say that that's sort of conflicting or incompatible?
There were times when the provisions for reserves and protection were taken into account, particularly under the administration of Thomas Kirk, but those were relatively short-lived. There was one short period of time immediately following Vogel's speech in Parliament where they were taken seriously. They then sort of got onto the back burner. At a later stage, Thomas Kirk was in charge. For 2 or 3 years, they were taken seriously, but again, they went onto the back burner as the priorities of the government switched between the needs of settlers and the recognition of environment, the ways in which the Crown lands were called on to administer things switched.
Yeah, so these two different priorities they've had to balance up, and one has definitely sort of won over the other and this new colonial settlement. So at page, I just want to end that line of questioning there. So, and just turning to page 176, you're quoting Catherine Knight, who was writing about the Manawatu in the Journal of New Zealand Studies. So the clearance of bush for farmland was not seen simply as necessary for bringing land into production and therefore making a living off of the land. It was also a condition of the deferred payment scheme under which many settlers purchased their land. So just sort of extrapolating from that, it was a requirement of settlers who needed money to afford land to actually improve it and clear it.
Yes, unless they cleared it, they were not meeting the terms of the contract with government.
Yeah, so it's absolutely a Crown, not construct, but a Crown piece of legislation which is in sort of enforcing the need for land clearance.
Well, it's spelled out very carefully by the Crown in the purchase agreement.
Yeah, and unless a settler had for some reason a lot of money, they would need to be part of this Crown deferred payment scheme in order to secure land and start building a life here.
That's correct, particularly in the Manawatu and Harawhenua.
Yeah. And so, as we've mentioned before, in 1874, the Crown knew all of these impacts of deforestation, yet they passed this Land Act in 1877. So they knew the impacts of this, and yet they made it a requirement for settlers under the Land Act in order to have a government loan.
Yes, the priority was almost always given to the needs of settlers.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Kent. Those are all my questions, and thank you for your research and report. It was very helpful, very useful. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Have you finished?
Yes, those are all my questions for the report, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Watson.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. Tēnā koutou. To the witnesses, I am just going to deal with a general matter, if I may, because I'm grateful to Ms. Lang for the specifics that she's covered. Could you decide amongst yourselves who might answer this, but I want to direct you most easily to page 700 and 701, which are your conclusions in your report. And I'll just describe what I am going to suggest to you. In the first paragraph under section 15.3, you're focusing on the pre-1990s history, and you paint a very concerning picture around the lack of recognition of tino rangatiratanga and kaitiakitanga in terms of natural resources. In the second paragraph leading into page 701, you focus on the post-1990 period. And I just want to pick up on a couple of themes there, if I may, for the witnesses who wish to respond to this. You talk about the facilitation by the Department of Conservation of iwi and hapu participation in the management of natural resources, and then the recognition of their cultural and spiritual attachments to those resources. And then you also refer to the Resource Management Act as giving iwi and hapu a greater say in the management of natural resources and heritage. The first point I would put to you is that when you refer to a greater say or an increased facilitation of iwi and hapu management, that's an increase on what is essentially a nil recognition in the previous period, is it not? In other words, when one focuses on what are you meaning by a greater say, one has to have cognizance of the fact that previous to that, there was essentially no recognition.
Am I muted or? I'll take the question. Am I audible?
You are.
Good. Yes, the turning points came round about the late 1980s. It wasn't just the Resource Management Act, but also the Conservation Act and a number of acts. So that cluster of legislation was around about 1990. And
Yes,
that was the turning point.
The answer to the date in terms of the turning point, I'm suggesting to you, Dr. Kent, that really, in terms of the improvement, it's hardly much to improve on nothing. That's the general point I'm making to you.
That was what I would agree with.
Okay. More broadly, then, when I come to the analysis of your work in terms of the improvement in that phase, I would suggest to you that it has to be assessed in terms of the capacity of hapu and iwi to respond to this turning point, to this new opportunity. And I suggest to you that the capacity to do so has been significantly limited because of various factors, such as land alienation, the education system, which disenfranchised Māori from their mātauranga Māori, a transgression of tikanga in various forms, economic and social disparities, a loss of te reo. These factors are all integrally related, are they not, to assessing the capacity of iwi and hapu to take up whatever new legislative opportunity there might have been?
Yes, there was one other capacity, and that is that the people who were charged with environmental management that were interfacing with government agencies and regional agencies and district agencies were dependent on their full-time jobs for their own income and subsistence. And they had minimal time and resources available to do these very complex in administrative bureaucratic terms, things to do with the RMA. They got on better with the Department of Conservation because the Department of Conservation had kaupapa atifai staff who in fact brokered a lot of those conversations, but they didn't do as well with regional councils and district councils because those councils were not so well resourced, and certainly the claimants in this inquiry district were not adequately resourced to participate.
Thank you. Finally, there is a inherent problem in terms of assessing the capacity to respond to this opportunity, because I suggest to you that the decision-making power, where the influence really lies in terms of the balancing of various resource management factors, remains firmly within the Crown and local government, does it not? The decision-making influence has not been passed to hapu and iwi.
That's correct, and there are provisions for sharing responsibility, but also the shared responsibilities are negligible.
Kia ora. Thank you for your answers. Are there any of your colleagues who want to just speak on that general point, or do you feel that Dr. Kent has responded to it?
Could I make one general point in addition to this? I think it wasn't until the late 1980s that the Crown had any conceptual awareness of what taonga katoa in the Treaty of Waitangi meant. The Crown didn't contemplate that particular phrase, but during the 1980s and from the time of the legislation onwards, Resource Management Act, Conservation Act, the Crown and the Crown agents developed a very significant awareness of what that phrase in the treaty meant.
Kia ora. I had just, before I was cutting you off there, extended an opportunity to your colleagues on that general point about placing this environmental report into the broader context of social and cultural factors that were impacting on the capacity of iwi and hapu to actually effect change or have influence on the management of their natural resources.
Yeah, Dr. Wood here. I was just, as you were talking there, I was thinking of one of my colleagues with the Boxton wastewater treatment plant. And what you're describing was very much the case there in terms of the evidence from, well not the participation of iwi and hapu came almost from reading the sort of chronology. It seems very much to have almost been like all those early decisions in terms of prioritising sites had actually been taken before iwi and hapu had much involvement. And so, they obviously limited their potential to influence the final decision.
Dr. Wood, would that type of example, in your view, be more likely to be the case than less likely throughout the rohe? In other words, the indication that you've just given about that example is par for the course, is it not?
It's sort of consistent with the case studies we looked at. I'd sort of hesitate. We didn't. I mean, I'd be. I think I'd try or be a bit more cautious than yeah, as I said, it would be consistent what we found, but I wouldn't like to speak in too great or too general terms to describe it. But as I said, it's consistent with those examples that we looked at.
Well, can I put it this way to conclude? What examples do you have whereby when a balancing is required as between hapu and iwi imperatives in relation to the management of their natural resources within this rohe, and they come up straight against essentially community and commercial imperatives, that we have examples where the hapu and iwi view has won out? Because with respect to the detail in your report, it seems to me that the pattern is that when there is a balancing required by the council or by central government agencies, the factors that iwi and hapu are raising are taken into account, but are very rarely influential in the actual outcome.
Yes, no, I agree with that last statement you made. Yes. But certainly, we didn't find examples where iwi and hapu, where their role in decision making had been the sort of telling in the final, or the telling factor in the final decision. Yeah, it's true.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou. And on behalf of my clients, we wish to thank you for the depth and breadth of that report from you all. Tēnā koutou.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of cross-examination by council for the iwi and hapu. But just before we start, can I just remind all council we are in hearing, even if you are sitting in your office, and that means people are watching, and I'd like everyone to maintain the same way that they start the day, which is with jackets. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. Do you mind if I sit for my questions? Thank you. Tēnā koutou. Ko Tim Stevens tōku ingoa, and I appear for the Crown. Thank you from me also for the quality of your report. I would like to start, if I can, with the setting up chapters. And this is summarised in paragraphs 2 through to 6 of your summary. And the context for my questions are really the conclusions in paragraphs 3 of the summary, where the pre-treaty world is described as essentially a world of subsistence harvesting. And then in paragraph 4, you go on to say that into this world came the disruptive forces of colonisation and Pākehā settlement at an almost unprecedented pace and scale. Land, forests and waters were transformed into sources of economic output, and go on to describe that transformation and conclude that by World War I, a populous and new landscape expressing new values and new priorities had practically replaced one that a mere 75 years earlier had been only lightly populated and barely modified. So those conclusions, or that summary, is the context for my questions. You've obviously, I think I'm speaking to Dr. Wood, is that right, Dr. Wood, about paragraphs, about these chapters 2 through 4, the setting up chapters?
I can comment on those. The particular chapters were actually shared. Dr. Kent wrote chapter 2, I wrote chapter 3, and Dr. Hearn wrote chapter 4. But
Okay.
Depending on the question, we can.
Well, I think this might be
address that.
I think this might be Dr. Kent then, in relation to chapter 2, where you've sought to establish a baseline at 1840, and it's probably too obvious to say that the 1840s selected for the legal and political event of the treaty, but not because of an environmental event, if I can put it that way. And in your report, if we turn to page 39, and this is your main report rather than the summary, you say there in the second paragraph, it's at this point in the discussion we need to present a map of the vegetation as it was at the commencement of the Crown's Watch, i.e. at the signing of the treaty. And you say in the report that you can't really produce a map of vegetation as at that date because the sources aren't there. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we turn up Dr. Kent? Right. I just think you need to turn up your input volume slightly, Dr. Kent.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
So these, so Dr. Wood, these questions are directed to Dr. Kent because they concern Chapter 2 of the main report.
Yes, Dr. Kent's now.
And we're at page 39 of the main report.
Yes.
And it's, we're looking to establish a baseline at 1840. And you say in your report that it's problematic to do that at 1840 because the date is not a good match for the sources that are available.
Yes, we had better sources around about when the Esler map became available.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we have a parallel map that's been prepared by Manaaki Whenua Landcare from recent evidence, which also goes some way to understanding what the vegetation was in 1840.
Right, and so this is, if we turn to page 43, this is the map that you've produced of vegetation in the 1870s.
Yes.
Can you describe for us what we're seeing here?
Yes, there are three main areas of vegetation, I would guess. On the coastal strip is an area where either forest didn't exist naturally or forest had been burnt and cleared. The remainder of the lowlands are heavily forested with high quality forest. And then on the hill country, variable quality forest shading into a non-forest environment.
So, so this is mainly put together from Esler's Botany of the Manawatu and some other sources that you have.
Yes, Esler's Botany was only for the Manawatu.
Right.
And we relied on a variety of other sources for the remainder of the inquiry district.
So, and the green, that's historic forest. That's the historic forest area. And the blue are wetland and swamps, and I think we can see the major swamps there on the west-hand side, about halfway up the map. That's Motor on the west. And then on the east is Makarua, I think I have this right. And then just north of Makarua is the Taonui group of swamps.
Yes, you and Dr. Wood have a better grasp of that than I do.
Right. And then there are obviously dozens of smaller wetlands and swamps as well.
Particularly in among the sand dunes.
Right. So this is a map stated to be the state of vegetation at the 1870s, but this would broadly be, though, what the landscape would have looked like in 1840, presumably as well. I say that because you say elsewhere in your report that not much really changed between 1840 and 1870 in terms of land adaptation.
Yes, the two areas where there were some changes were adjacent to the Manawatu River, and also adjacent to the military road from Tawa, heading northwards.
In the south, yeah. And that's and so deforestation was small scale and low impact in this first 30-year
Begun on a
period.
small scale.
Yeah, because Cody was the timber of choice at the time, I think, is the reason that you give, and that didn't grow in the inquiry district. And there were also no deep water harbours in the inquiry district, so it was difficult to get logs out.
Yes, except Pararora and Pawatahanui, so there was some logging around there.
Right. And Pākehā settlement, I think, initially adapted to the wetland landscapes. I think you say that at page 200. So broadly no change, you would say, broadly, between 1840 and 1870.
Well, just as localised change close to the Manawatu River,
Yeah.
and localised change Pararua, Pawatahanui in the military road.
So on the map, we understand the green and the blue. What is the light grey? The colour that's not green and blue, green or blue.
Yes, Dr. Wood will find the map and let me see it. It's not on the screen at the moment.
Oh, yeah, it's page 43. So I think you mentioned that there was pre-European deforestation along the coastal strip, but when I look at the map, there's large areas of the light grey that are quite a long way inland, particularly in the north of the inquiry district.
Yes, the areas were not heavily forested. They were a mixture of lighter forest and scrub. I can't be more specific than that. Would you like me to come back to it in answer to a specific question in writing?
Yes, well, I could put the question in writing. Because it goes to my next question is what would the landscape have looked like in 1770, for example, when Cook arrived, and then what would the landscape have looked like in 1300 or so, 1280, when the first Polynesian settlers arrived? And how different is the landscape on those two dates from the landscape that we're seeing here in 1870?
I think that needs a carefully considered answer.
So Esler wouldn't have looked at that question?
No, Esler simply drew the map as it was at his time.
There's two archaeologists that have investigated Horowhenua, McFadgen and Adkin, and they're cited elsewhere in your report. Is that a question they would have investigated?
I think archaeologists would have had those sorts of interests, yes.
Do you agree, or is this the question to be answered in writing, that forest would have covered almost all of the inquiry district up to the coast at the time of first human settlement?
Yes, I think the clarification will be in terms of what sorts of forests. The substantial forest with tall trees is one type of forest, but there are also lighter forests, scrubby forests, and we'll need to get our team together to answer that.
So the light grey on the map doesn't really distinguish between bracken, fern, scrub, areas that would have been burnt off, and lowland forest?
I think there are two things here. There's naturally smaller forest, lower level forest, but also ones which have been burnt, and we'll need to clarify that.
Right, and currently on this map, that distinction isn't drawn, I suppose, is what you're saying, and that's what we can clarify.
The distinction we're drawing on this map was between the high quality forests with a range of larger trees and a range of richer forest resources on the one hand, and lower quality forests with no large trees and more scrubby environment.
When I read McFadgen, he says that forest clearance would have started at the time of first human settlement, but it wouldn't have been significant for the first 200 years. But by the time of European settlement, vegetation along the coastal dune belt, which is his area of inquiry, I think, was largely bracken, fern, scrub, and natural grasses.
Yes, the coastal dune belt is a very different combination to the inland forests or the lowland forests.
There's someone else who's written more generally on the transformation of the landscape in Aotearoa prior to European settlement, and that's Athol Anderson. He wrote a paper in 2016 called The Making of the Māori Middle Ages. Are you familiar with that paper?
I'm familiar with Athol Anderson's work, but not that specific paper.
He talks about 3 time periods.
Okay, we need to, this is not fair on the witness. If you haven't already got copies of it, can we get copies of it?
Okay.
So I wonder if there's a way that you can email the sections.
Yes.
Were they filed in advance of today?
They haven't been filed in advance.
No.
It's part of the general question about.
I think this witness should have the opportunity to read what you're putting to them.
Okay. I might leave that set of questions there then. My questions were going to be about the transformation of the landscape prior to European settlement, and that there are generally 3 phases identified. One is when the first Polynesian settlers first arrived, and then a period in which there was extensive deforestation, large growth in population, and commodification of garden produce, and overhunting and extinction of some species, and then a cultural response to essentially what was an ecological crisis, where we see, at least in my understanding, development of concepts such as kaitiakitanga, rahui, and so on in response to that. In response to that ecological crisis that had occurred. And that was the series of questions that I was going to go through from the paper. So
well, you can do that without talking about
without,
Mr. Anderson or Ms. Anderson.
So Dr. Kent, you've heard my long narration of, my very short summary of a long period of development prior to the treaty and prior to European settlement. I wondered, is there any comment that you would like to give on that summary in advance of further clarification?
I think we'd like to engage in depth with the question, but we'll take some time to do it.
Yes, okay, thank you. That takes me to chapter 3 of the report, where the customary use of resources by Māori at the time of European settlements outlined. And I was going to say that the environmental equilibrium that is described appears to be a relatively recent phenomenon. You describe there that the catching you describe the catching or collecting of freshwater and marine species, the snaring of birds, harvesting harakeke and raupo. But you'll agree with me, and I think this is now Dr. Wood, is that right, who I'm directing Chapter 3 questions to?
Yes, that's correct.
I wondered if you would agree with me with the general proposition that pre-European settlement, Māori were not passive actors in relation to their environment, and they still modified it to meet their purposes.
Yes, that's yeah. Well, obviously there's modification going on, but yeah, obviously that's affected by the population levels and the sort of resource availability.
So at one point you describe cutting artificial channels between small lakes so as to be able to catch eel, and you also address Māori horticulture at another point. So that's at page 63 of your report. And your report, pages 63 to 64, and your report mentions the modification of soils for gardening by adding sand or gravel. And I wondered if you could elaborate for us on what that would have involved.
That would have involved, essentially, you were taking obviously the gravel, so you take moving the gravel from a gravel source, which would be probably alluvial or maybe somewhere around probably alluvial, but there may be some beach gravels in there as well. And you would essentially mix those into the soil. And the idea of that is to change the physical property of the soil, particularly for things like temperature retention.
Do you know what type of volumes would have been involved in terms of sand and gravel?
I haven't, looked particularly into that, but I doubt that it would be, probably relatively small scale.
So figures, I suppose there's another question of clarification that I could submit in writing. The figures I've seen have suggested that to modify 1 hectare of soil would require digging, transport and flax baskets and spreading of 1,300 cubic metres of sand and gravel. And to put that in terms that we can understand, analysis of gardens in the Waikato, there were 3,000 hectares of gardens there apparently. That would have required 4 million cubic metres being dug up and distributed. And if you take the floor slab of a 140 square metre house, that needs 16 cubic metres of sand, gravel and cement. So the Waikato total is about 250,000 house slabs. And the figure you give for the inquiry district is 850 hectares in 1850. So by my maths, that's still 71,000 house slabs in terms of the adaptation or modification of land by Māori. And I guess my point is that's a major undertaking, a serious undertaking for Māori horticulture, particularly at the times. I wondered if you had any comment on that.
That's probably something I'd probably prefer to answer in writing.
Okay. My second question about this more generally is, in the 20 years prior to 1840, that would have been an intense period of horticultural production by Māori. Am I right about that? because, I suppose, in particular because of the dynamic of the musket wars that were happening in that period, or the potato wars, as I think James Belich calls them.
Certainly, there's quite a lot of new settlement going on in terms of the different hapu and iwi moving into the area. So.
And what consequences did that have for horticulture?
Again, that's probably a question I'd want to answer in writing. Mainly, obviously, we're looking particularly at the post-1840 period. So it's difficult for me to comment with much detail on the pre-1840 period.
Right. Okay, I'll put those questions in writing. But my main point is I was keen to understand how this dynamic period of New Zealand history is reconciled with the environmental equilibrium that you are describing at the 1840 baseline. But I'll frame that question in a written question. So, turning now to Chapter 5, I think this is Dr. Kant, and this is about, I wanted to ask some questions that have already been touched on by my friends. And this is about the Crown's knowledge base in 1870. And you describe, Dr. Kant, can you, I'm just checking that we've got Dr. Kant on the line.
He's back again.
You describe I think almost a road to Damascus moment for Julius Vogel in the 1870s, and I wanted to understand that a bit better, and Ms. Brown has already asked some questions about this. And there's a speech that you cite by Vogel in Parliament, and you say as a consequence of that, on page 166, that there is a table of 7 things that the Crown knew about deforestation as at that point. There's a footnote to the 5th proposition. The Crown knew that the removal of forests could impact on climate. And in the footnote, you observe that these claims were extravagantly presented, not well argued, and vigorously challenged in the parliamentary debate. And I wondered what the extent to which climatic arguments, this forest climate theory, that removal of forests had an effect on the local climate, I wondered the extent to which that was at the forefront of forest conservation, the forest conservation movement at the time.
Yes, there was a lot of scientific literature, a lot of scientific debate around these issues. In broad terms, probably about 80% of it has stood the test of time and was still regarded as good science. A smaller amount of it, particularly to do with climate change and the sources of climate change, was an interesting debate, but a debate that's largely been settled more conclusively, and some of the ideas that were being floated have not stood up to the test of time in a later day science.
Yes, I mean there's clearly, I think, a mainstream scientific consensus about the effect of deforestation on the climate globally now. The climate arguments being presented at the time seem to be local climate theories, if I can put them that way, and they seem to be contentious and, as you say, not well presented and subject to vigorous challenge. And I guess my question was, to start off with, how much prominence was given to climate theory as opposed to the other issues with deforestation at the time?
I think climate theory was one of a number of things that were canvassed. The other ones that were canvassed have stood up pretty well, but the climate theory has been reworked a number of different ways.
By the time of the 20th century, it seems that forest climate theory was dropped by the conservation movement, and the focus became more on soil erosion, and that seemed to be the focus of the arguments. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the people who were coming into the debate in the years leading up to Vogel's speech were a minority, but they were very eloquent and very passionate, and that would be true for them.
Do you think it damaged acceptance, mainstream or mainstream acceptance of the forest conservation movement? Do you think reliance on the climate theory damaged the credibility of everything else that Vogel and others were saying?
No, I think the climate theory wasn't resolved during those decades. It was resolved in later decades. By that time, the debate had moved on.
Yes, I guess my question was, what did the contentious nature and the extravagant nature in which arguments were presented in support of forest climate theory, what did that do to the credibility of the forest conservation movement? Did it have any effect on its acceptance generally?
Well, the forest conservation movement was a fairly meagre plant. The people who were protagonists for settlement and the clearing of forests and development of agriculture would have had probably an equal disdain for the whole spectrum of scientific arguments. They're intent on the practicalities of establishing farms,
right,
providing homes for settlers.
So when you say the Crown knew the 7 propositions that you list on page 166,
Yes.
I guess that gives rise to an interesting question about what it is for the Crown to know something. These are propositions that were being put by Vogel in Parliament. That's essentially what you're saying. I think, but correct me if I have that wrong. Are you saying that these propositions represented, mainstream consensus, and that there would have been acceptance of these propositions within the Crown generally?
These propositions held sway for the 5 to 10 years that Campbell Walker was on the scene. But after Campbell Walker had left the scene and Vogel had left the scene, the Crown's urgency for providing lands and creating farms and creating incomes for the pastoral economy, the animal economy, the livestock economy, quite outweighed those issues.
So acceptance of those propositions was dependent on the personalities of Campbell and Vogel, or the personalities is probably the wrong word, the commitment of those 2 individuals to the propositions.
And their party behind them. McLean was one of those.
Thank you. I think I'm still with you, Dr. Kent. I want to, given time, I'd like to move to the 1980s, and your report acknowledges, I think, a sea change in Crown Māori relationships from the 1980s with regard to the environment. Correct me if I have that characterisation wrong.
It's a good sum up.
There's your summary in chapters 8 and 12 of the report doesn't mention the Conservation Act 1987 and the Kaupapa Atawhai strategy. That has come up in questions from Ms. Lang. This is discussed at page 552 to 553 of your report. I wondered if you could speak briefly to the kaupapa atawai strategy and what that is, what that involved. You appear to view it positively, and I wondered if you could speak to us briefly about the nature of the strategy and what it achieved.
Well, the way in which it unfolded was the appointment of people who were held in high regard by iwi for their knowledge of kaitiakitanga. You might perhaps even call them the tohunga of that environmental field. They were appointed to the staff of DOC at each of the conservancies. And they did two things. One, they liaised very effectively with iwi and hapu. And the other thing was that they were the lead players in a very effective education training program for Department of Conservation staff at every level. Everybody who was employed by the Department of Conservation staff went on marae-based courses animated by the kaupapa atawai staff. So it was a very significant role.
Thank you. Your summary does say, and this is the summary of your report, it says that frequent restructurings and financial cuts at DOC have disrupted the process of relationship building. I couldn't actually find that, in your actual report. I think at page 362 you say there have been restructurings, but just whether and if so in what way the changes have fostered relationships or affected relationships is yet to be established. What is the way in which the process of relationship building between Crown and Māori, how's that been disrupted by restructuring and financial cuts?
The mandate of the Department of Conservation, and this is not an area that I've researched in the course of this inquiry, but the mandate of the Department of Conservation, the amount of land that they're responsible for has increased very substantially over the 3 or 4 decades. The budget for the Department of Conservation has at best kept pace with the budget for other departments, but quite often the budget for the Department of Conservation has lost ground relative to other government departments. So the kaupapa atawai people, at a time when the work that they need to do is expanding, the staff capacity has not been expanding.
So it's not so much a question, well, it's the resourcing has stayed the same, but the role has been greatly expanded. So resources relative to role is what has decreased.
When the Conservation Act was passed, there was a very low level of awareness of who the hapu were in each of the conservancies. The awareness of Māoridom on the ground was still being developed, and the staff capacity to expand that awareness was limited.
Okay, thank you. Your summary acknowledges, I think, that the RMA has given iwi and hapu a say in the management of natural resources and Māori heritage on private land, but that the obligations in the RMA are dependent on the way in which the Act is interpreted or implemented by local councils, and the way in which they give, district and regional councils give effect to treaty principles. And in your summary, you say there's considerable variation amongst councils in New Zealand about the level and form of recognition. so that seems to be an observation about local authorities in New Zealand generally. I wondered if you had a specific comment about the councils in the rohe of the Raukawa area.
Yes, I've got a particular reference. Let me think. I'll find the...
If that's a difficult question to answer orally.
Can you pull up page 697?
Yes.
And there's a footnote 2356.
Oh, and these are iwi hapu management plans?
Yes.
As at 2017?
This work was done in 2016.
Right.
2017. And at that stage, I was disappointed at the lack of iwi and hapu management plans within this particular inquiry district. I've done some checking now to see if that's still the case. I went to the Ministry of the Environment website, which lists iwi hapu planning documents lodged, removed, updated for 2015, 16, 2016, 2017, 2018, 19. There have been some small changes. In 2015-16, there were 4 iwi hapu management plans lodged with Horizons, but all of those were outside this inquiry district. They were in the Wanganui Ngāti area. In 2016-17, there was only one that was lodged, Te Kaura Taiao, East Manawatu Hapu. So that again is upriver from the Manawatu Gorge outside of this inquiry district. 2017-18, there were no new ones lodged. 2018-19, the most recent one, Ngā Puna Rao o Rangatiki. And that's a very impressive iwi hapu management document. It's listed on the Horizons website, the Regional Council website. It's not listed on the district website. So there seems to be a lag between the willingness of the Regional Council Horizons to accept and resource planning documents and the willingness of the district councils to accept and resource or have a share in the resourcing of regional planning documents. But that Ngā Puna Rao o Rangatiki is certainly an impressive document. It has much greater potential in resource management things, regional planning things, district planning things, which doesn't yet seem to, the document is there, but I'm not sure that the potential is being used.
Do you know why? Do you have a view on the reason for variability in engagement by local authorities?
I have a view which is based on a small number of observations. I'm a South Islander, so I'm familiar with Canterbury, Otago and Southland and the regional and district councils in that part of the country. Also have some awareness of the initiatives that have been taking place within the Waikato Regional Council area. And the theory that I have is that where settlements have been put in position, iwi and hapu are able to employ staff to engage in resource management things. And there are a number of arrangements between district councils, between regional councils and iwi and the Department of Conservation that have been put in place to collectively resource quite substantial documents. Where there has been no settlement, and where iwi and hapu don't have the resources to participate in these joint endeavours, there's a big lag in terms of the preparation of iwi and hapu management documents. And that lag is clearly evident in the situation where horizons have clear recognition of these, but some of the district councils within this inquiry district have much lesser awareness of the potential of these documents.
So, and I think Mr. Watson described or put it in questions that there's legislative opportunity, but then there's the reality of the opportunity needs to be resourced in terms of engagement. Is that what you're describing?
That's what I'm describing, and the requirement of the legislation is there in the Local Government Act. The Local Government Act requires, in general terms, to regional and district council to have a hand in resourcing the preparation of these sorts of documents.
Yes.
And from time to time, the audit department audits the performance of regional and district councils in that respect.
So there is, as you say, statutory direction that local authorities consider and engage with the idea of capacity building for iwi. But you're saying that the implementation of the statute is variable. I wondered, if I understand you correctly, I wondered if you had a comment on whether new changes to the Resource Management Act, and in particular the idea of mana whakahono will make any difference in this area?
Yes, the things that I was struggling to say in the chapter that you've referred to, I think are taken out and spelled out much more effectively in the document about the revision of the legislation that's out for public consultation. I think there's some things there that are very well expressed and the case is very well made.
Oh, so this is the review of the RMA by the independent panel?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, and in that review, it's not Crown policy obviously yet, but it was Crown policy to set up the independent review.
I'm not sure we've got that on record.
It isn't. No, it's
Yeah,
it's
it would be
recent.
helpful to have it if you could file it. Thank
Yes,
you.
of course, yeah. How am I going for time? Not well. We're at
45 minutes is up,
Yeah.
yes.
I think I had a couple more questions that can easily be put in writing.
Well, if you put them quickly.
Well, I did want to raise one question about capacity building. So, and it's about the challenge for local authorities. I think you mentioned a report yesterday from the South Island that cost $750,000 to produce, and that's presumably a settled, that's Ngaitahu, I'm guessing, who's responsible for that report, and so they've settled and they're resourced, and so I think your point is that they're therefore capable of engagement. By contrast, in the Horizons region, for example, locally, I mean, they have a population of about 250,000 people, and their overall rates take is $40 million for everything that they do. And so the issue, I suppose, if I can put it, I mean, if you added 700,000 to the rates, to rates, that's nearly a 2% increase on rates for a year that Horizons would have to affect for that one report. So you can see the challenge for local authorities to build capacity, particularly rural, or more rural local authorities in terms of their rates base. And is that part of the explanation as to why you are seeing local authorities struggle with capacity building?
The example that I used, the Taumutu one, was funded in part by Environment Canterbury, in part by the Selwyn District Council, and in part by Ngāi Tahu. But the fact that Ngāi Tahu were able to come to the party in that way meant that the other two players, the District Council and the Regional Council, also came to the same party. And there is the potential in other situations for other agencies who have a substantial interest in the economy of a particular district or a particular region also to be partners in that, in preparation of these documents.
Thank you. Those were all of my questions. I'm very grateful to you and to the other authors for answering my questions and for the quality of your report. So kia ora.
Kia ora koe.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. We'll start with Dr. Phillipson today.
Tēnā koutou katoa. And I also want to thank you for the report, all of you who worked on that. It's a very impressive piece of work. But I just wanted to start by saying that we will get all the information from the Crown on which your propositions about the pre-1840 environmental change is based. Is that correct?
In terms of Crown evidence?
You obviously have a lot of material on what that question is, those questions were based, so we are going to get that, is what I wanted to clarify.
And in fact, there's an interesting display in the next room.
There is.
Climate change, yes. Thank you. Right, so I would like to put a number of questions to you in writing on more points of detail, but I do have some questions to ask today. I wanted to start with, and I'm not going to go through the chapters in order, I'm going to jump around depending on issues. But I wanted to start with you, Dr. Wood, with the chapter 10.
You ask if they can hear you.
Dr. Wood, can you hear me?
Ask if you're audible.
Yeah, okay.
You don't need to go to chapter 10.
The room appears to be muted. I see it's right here. Hang on, they've muted the...
Dr. Wood, kia ora, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great. Chapter 10, the sections that you wrote on the sand drift and the dune lakes and the dune ecosystem, you didn't have a section like Dr. Kent did on what the Crown knew and what the Crown did or didn't do. So I'm wondering about all that material on the dune ecosystem, what we should take from that. What do you think the main points are? And particularly with regard to what the Crown did or didn't do. You may not have thought of it in those terms because you didn't write it in those terms, but it would be helpful to have your view on that.
The main point I would make there is I think the Crown is very much belated in terms of the sort of active interest it took in the dune stabilisation.
Yes.
Because those papers presented, for example, to the Royal Society in the 1870s, and yet the Crown essentially doesn't really get involved for another 30 years later, or for another 30 years before it sort of starts to take a really active interest. But this being a sort of broad problem.
Yes, and it's part of an interesting mix, I think, of voluntarism and Crown action, like the early Liberal legislation on the sand dunes left it up to people to apply to establish a board and do all of that themselves. But one of the key points you make is about marram grass, and that its effect on pingao and other native species. So at what point would the Crown have known, was the state of scientific knowledge such that the Crown would have known about that, for example?
Yeah, that is a more recent sort of learning for the Crown. I think the point I was trying to make there was that there were obviously indigenous vegetation you could use as, or had been shown to work as an alternative, but the Crown just favoured marine grass essentially because it was, I suppose, simpler and cheaper, and so it's the easy option, or
I see.
rather than
right.
So they didn't. Yeah, they essentially they had the opportunity to explore using indigenous vegetation and working with iwi and hapu in the stabilisation, but they chose not to.
Right. And the planting of forests on the dunes seen also as an economic opportunity. Do you have any points to make about that?
Yes, again, that is something where the Crown is very much acting off its own bat in terms of it's not involving local iwi and hapu in that process, and it becomes more and more of a, initially it starts as protection for the farmland behind it, but then over time it moves towards a thing where they want to make profit out of the forest as well. And in fact, in terms of the lack of cooperation or participation, even hapu, the classic case is the one in, I'll see if I can, I'm not sure if I can find the page in a hurry, but one of the, in one of the cases, I think it was Tani Moana, the Crown actually afforested a native reserve. And I remember particularly looking at the letter someone one of the people who was involved in the planting wrote back and asked what ina meant on the map. They obviously thought reserve, a bit like a education reserve or something, but the ina meant it was Crown land as well. So that's just a sort of rather sad example of a sort of lack of knowledge and lack of consultation with iwi and hapu.
Right, okay. I might put that one in writing actually so you can expand on that. And I'm particularly interested in to what extent Māori still owned those stretches of land, which adds another point to which species ought to have been grown. So I'll put that in writing. And similarly, in terms of what points should we take, this one also is for you. In chapter 13, you've got a section on plant pests. That's section 13.6. What is the point that you're making about plant pests? It was obscure to me in the text. What do you want us to take from that discussion? Again, in respect of Crown responsibilities, Crown actions.
I think the main point there is that the plant piece is very much, again, it's very much driven by initially as a sort of economic motive. And so the initial plants that are identified as pests are those which particularly going to have an effect on farming. So you've got your thistles and ultimately other species, and then it's only very lately that you have an interest in the plant pest estate, and that's more of your trader skinster and what means bed, those sort of plants.
Thank you. So that was my main questions about what should we take from this, what are the main points. I have a question for Dr. Hearn. On page 350 of the report, this is in chapter 8, you have a sentence, it's just before the heading on that page, about water depletion in Lake Waiwiri. Just waiting for the page to come up. Page 350. Yes, in an effort to deal with the long-standing problem of water depletion, the department worked closely with the Manawatu Whanganui Regional Council. So I'd like to know what they did. What did they do about water depletion?
I would have to follow that up for you.
Oh, I see. That's it. Right. Okay. Oh, well, I'll put that one in writing then. Thank you. And also, and just generally in terms of the Tararua Forest Park, what were the main restrictions that the various pieces of legislation put on Māori in particular, but also generally the taking of birds and plant material from forest parks? I'm trying to get a sense of you've got your state forests, you've got forest parks, and you've got national parks. What was the degree of restriction in terms of taking materials, plant materials and birds from Tararua Forest Park?
I'd have to have a look at the regulations that were published under the relevant acts. That might take some effort.
Okay, well, it's a key issue, I think, for the forest park, so I'll put that one in writing too. Well, I've got you. No, that's all the ones for you. Thank you. Mark Darby, you haven't had a chance to say much, so the next question's for you. Page 385, this is in chapter 9. You talk about the Crown's compensation in terms of Kapiti Island, and you say that Europeans were paid much more than Māori. That's the fourth line after the second full paragraph I've got.
Yeah.
So my question is, why is that? And my thought was it was perhaps because of improvements that had been made. Is that correct, or were there other reasons?
I can't answer that precisely, but I think that that is likely to be one of the reasons. Another may be that the land in European ownership may also have been seen as having more value for farming purposes, may have been valued higher for that reason than. But I'm afraid I didn't dig down into the individual allocations of money to try and determine just which land parcels were valued differently. It would have been quite a considerable exercise, and one that seemed to me to perhaps fall outside the brief of an environmental issues report. But I certainly would expect that improvements may have made a difference, and it may also have been that the locations of the lands in European ownership differed somewhat from those that remained in Māori ownership, and that would have affected the valuation.
So the fundamental question would be then, if the Crown is obtaining this land for the purposes of environmental purposes, essentially, to try and preserve it as a sanctuary, an island sanctuary, you're suggesting that the valuation in terms of and I don't think there was a formal valuation, but that the prices paid and the level of compensation was actually determined not by environmental value, the purpose for which they wanted it, but farming. Is that correct? Or economic
That's,
value?
I think, likely to be correct. It may, yeah, the valuation process is obscure to me, I admit. I would have expected that the landowners could expect compensation at the level of valuation. And so yes, you're quite right.
Yes.
Generally, that issues of conservation value were not considered in terms of.
Am I correct in thinking that this is before the point at which the Crown had to pay a minimum of government valuation for Māori land?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Thank you. And all the rest of my questions are for Dr. Kent, I think. In Chapter 12, Dr. Kent, you talk about the development of the Horizons 1 plan, and this is pages 565 to 567. Do you have that in front of you?
I have now, yes.
Yes. Well, my question is quite a simple one. You mention a number of parties involved in developing the One Plan and through the appeals process, but you don't mention any Māori involvement at all or any submissions or views, and I'm wondering why that is. Is it because they simply were not involved?
Well, it certainly predates any iwi management plans or any hapu management plans because they don't exist. It certainly predates the ability of iwi to fund and employ skilled professionals. Each of the other agencies have skilled professional staff. Federated Farmers, Fonterra, Fertilisers Association. Other parties had paid, employed people who were able to work full-time or be commissioned to do reports. Iwi and hapu were under-resourced to participate.
Nonetheless, there's an obligation for the Regional Council to consult in the development of its planning documents, and it's not dependent on the iwi having produced an iwi management plan. So you didn't see any evidence of consultation, any evidence of consideration of views from Māori?
I don't have any details of that.
Right. So is it possible that you just didn't look for it or find it as opposed to there not being any?
My intuition is that the resources that went into consultation were small.
Okay. I think that's probably something we need to follow up, but I won't ask you to do that. I'll ask tangata whenua when they give their evidence, whether they were involved. Thank you. And also in Chapter 12, and I have got 4 lines down from heading, but I haven't given a page number. That's unfortunate. There's a point where you say that the Crown should have taken greater care to protect Māori interests regarding the Levin landfill. Can you word search greater care and you'll find the page? Whoever's doing that, thank you.
542.
Oh, thank you. Council's found it. It's page 542. So, is there another heading on that page? Yeah. Oh, I don't see it there. Anyway, as a general point, you did say that the Crown should have taken greater care to protect Māori interests regarding the landfill. My question was, what could the Crown have done? And I wondered if you were meaning conditions on the consent, or did you have something, because that's not the Crown's doing, did you have something more in mind than that?
Could you remind me which page number I'm at?
Well, we haven't quite found it. I didn't see it on that page.
591.
591. 591, sorry.
Dr. Wood will come in on this one.
Yeah, there it is. So it's the section 12.4 headed concluding thoughts on the Levin landfill. And you said, given that the town and country planning, that should be, legislation in force at the time, allowed that landfill to be established without a planning hearing, the Crown should have taken even greater care to ensure that the interests of Ngāti Pare Raukawa and Moaupoko were protected. And then you... oh, is that chapter 12? I thought that was Dr. Kent. Oh, I see. He wrote that part of it. I beg your pardon. Sorry, this question's for you, Dr. Wood. Dr. Wood, are you there?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I misdirected my question to Dr. Kant.
Yep.
It was about, I didn't realise you wrote the section on the landfill.
No. Yeah, what I was meaning there, I would have expected something like a submission from the Department of Maori Affairs to the Borough Council.
Oh, I see.
I was thinking along that lines in terms of, given the Crown has taken away the ability of the local communities to make a submission, you would have thought it might have been, might have wanted to make a submission on their behalf. So,
Ah, I see. Oh, that's great. Thank you. And then finally, one general question for whoever wants to respond, and that is a general question about presentism. This issue is often raised in terms of environmental matters, and we've had some discussion of that today in terms of what the Crown knew about forests and how respectable or not the scientific knowledge was. So in general terms for environmental history, there's often a suggestion that today's standards are being projected back into the past and also today's degree of knowledge. So I just wondered if you had a general comment about that in terms of your report. Whichever of you chooses to respond, or all of you if you wish.
I think from the present, I mean, there is always that risk of an environmental report, but I think probably what I would say is that the presentism, essentially the Crown, although, but the Crown was not getting, by not getting a sort of iwi and hapu perspective, it misses out on the sort of matauranga that they would have had, and therefore, because presentism is based, as you were saying, on the sort of current knowledge base, but iwi and hapu had their own knowledge base that the Crown wasn't interacting with or accessing, and therefore there is a sense of you can't excuse Crown actions on the basis of if the Crown didn't go looking for them, sort of thing. So that. As I say, essentially that there were things that iwi and hapu would have known in terms of what were going to be negative effects, and certainly that comes through in things like the Taunui swamp court case that the Crown is tending to overlook. And so if there had been more attention paid to essentially Matauranga Māori, some of these environmental effects might have been mitigated or diminished.
And would that also apply to the draining of swamps and other wetlands, that there was evidence of some protest in that one you just mentioned in terms of eels and resources as well?
Yes. So it's in terms of the test of whether the Crown knows there's going to be adverse effects. In those cases, the fact that there are protests and there are instances where there were people blocking the surveys in terms of the drains and that sort of thing, that means the Crown can't then say, well, it wasn't aware that this thing was going to have an adverse effect on iwi and hapu. And in fact, if you think about going right back to the McLean compensation for the initial eeling reserves in the 1870s. So that shows that even back at that stage, in terms of the wetland drainage, they knew that there was going to be an effect. And so, as I said, it's more a case of them ignoring those effects rather than not knowing them in the wetlands.
Thank you. Dr. Kant or Dr. Hearn or Mr. Darby? Dr. Darby? No, Mr. Darby. Any other comments? No? Great. Those are all my questions. Oh, sorry. Dr. Kent?
Yes, I spent some time being very affirming of the Crown in terms of its growth of awareness in the 1980s and the lead up to the bundle of legislation. As I did that, I also had the back in my mind the question, where did the Crown go wrong for the previous 100 plus years? And going back in treaty terms to the two texts of the treaty, the Crown signed a treaty in English and in Maori, and none of the historians that I've looked at have been able to identify any efforts that the Crown took to unpack, understand, come to grips with the environmental parts of the text of the treaty in Māori, and particularly the taonga katoa. If the Crown had contemplated that in 1840 or the years following 1840, we would have escaped the dearth of Crown awareness between 1840 and the 1980s.
And on that rather magisterial comment, thank you very much for your evidence. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mark.
Ms. Simpson?
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'd like to echo the acknowledgements that have been made to the team for the effort and the thought and work that's gone into the preparation of this report, which will be an important part of the work going forward. My initial questions are for Dr. Wood in respect of the huia. You start off on page 604 acknowledging that I'll just find the words, the distribution of huia was across the southern North Island. I just wondered if you can comment on that distribution of the huia, or the area, the homeland of the huia, and how significant this rohe that we're looking at was in respect of the home base of huia.
I'd probably need to, in terms of a detailed answer, I'd probably need to answer this in writing. But I think, generally, even if you just think of it in terms of where the collecting of huia was taking place, that shows here, particularly on both sides of the Tararua Ranges, that were very much and also in the Akataura valleys and those sort of areas, that there's very much a sort of core area for the sort of huia habitat or populations.
So both sides of the Tararua Range, and you've said that in 1875 the Wairarapa tangata whenua put a tapu on the collection of the huia. So presumably that was for that side of the Tararua Range. Did it extend into this rohe?
I think that was on the eastern side of the range. That's my understanding.
So that rahui in 1875 was an attempt to try and stop the decimation, I guess, of the hunting of the birds. That's what that was about?
Yes, that's right.
And you've attributed the reduction in bird numbers through to extinction to the destruction of the forest habitat, introduction of pests, and then that development of a market for the birds and the hunting of them. In respect of the forest habitat, was it important for the birds, for the manu, to have connection to the waterways?
That's something.
Contiguous forest.
I'd have to probably answer that in writing.
Okay.
Sorry.
I guess I'm kind of interested in the range of flight, I guess, and how far you would have expected them to to extend in their range of feeding and their requirement for water, etc. So if you can find anything on that, that would be of interest. Because it's a significant part of this rohe that huia have met with extinction, and that protection measures came quite late. So I would be interested in just anything else you can tell us, I guess, about that. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Derby in respect of the Māori relationship with Wales and ability to exercise tikanga in respect of Wales. On page 687, you made the comment that most of the 20th century Wales were assumed to be Crown property. What would you estimate to be the sort of period that the Māori relationship with Wales was interrupted?
Thank you. Just to clarify, do you mean the period before they were treated as Crown property or after that?
No, it is most of the 20th century assumed to be Crown property. Does that mean that for most of the 20th century, the Māori relationship in respect of tikanga with Wales was interrupted?
Disregarded, I would say. Yeah, certainly. I
Okay.
could find no evidence that it was acknowledged at all until late in the 20th century.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. And just one final question for Dr. Kent. Did you, I just wondered when you looked at the conservation management strategy, and perhaps going back into the strategies, whether you found the relationship for tangata whenua to be a treaty rights based type relationship or a Māori as stakeholders type relationship reflected in those documents?
I would say that the Department of Conservation has been strongly a treaty-based awareness, dating back to the stage when Paddington and Sir Tiffany O'Regan, I think, prepared a fairly substantial advice report, which then got incorporated into the way of working of the Department of Conservation when it was first established. So I would say it's treaty-based.
Ka pai, thank you.
Well, we're going to take the morning adjournment, and I understand we've still got about 20 minutes on the program for questioning, and I think we'll end up taking that period of time. All right, so thank you. We'll take the morning tea adjournment. And to our witnesses, feel free to have a cup of tea while we do. Right. Dr. Suter?
Kia ora, gentlemen. First of all, I just endorse the comments about this very informative report, and thank you very much for it. I'll start with, I think it's Dr. Kent, page 46 of your main report. That's the end of chapter 2. You with me, Dr. Kent? Can you hear me, Dr. Kent?
Kia ora. Page 42, yes.
46. I want to start by going to what I think is at the heart of the problem initially, the perceptions that, well, you say Pākehā, which I assume to mean settlers and in turn the Crown, and Māori have of the landscape, and that Pākehā saw the wetlands and forests as wasteland that needed to be transformed into a pastoral landscape. Māori see it as a food resource that needs to be maintained. At what point do you think Māori gain an awareness that this is the other side's view and vice versa? The impression I get is not until from what you're saying, not until for the Crown at least, not until the 1980s. But I would have expected it was sooner than that.
I think the Crown developed an environmental awareness before it developed an awareness of the importance of the environment to iwi and hapu. I've been very passionate about Vogel, but the Vogel awareness is primarily an awareness of the importance of forests. It's not an awareness of the importance of forests to Māori. And it wasn't until, by my reading of the evidence, it wasn't until the Waitangi Tribunal claims, particularly the claims in relation to waters, that the worldview of Māori in relation to the environment was seriously contemplated by the Crown.
And when do you think Māori first became aware that the landscape would be changed dramatically in this region?
I think particularly within this region, I think there would have been an awareness that the landscape was changing with the sawmilling on the Manawatu River and the sawmilling around the shores of the Pararua and Pauatahanui harbours. But the big awareness would have come with the beginning of the railway through from Pararua through to what became Palmerston North.
So you think they were okay with some modification as long as it wasn't major in those early days?
I think they would have been okay with some modification provided they were left with substantial areas of their own lands, forests, wetlands, waters, tangakatoa.
Yes,
they were willing to share.
Yes, because I think the Crown's point is that they were modifying before Europeans arrived anyway, so they were open to it. And it's probably the point I'm getting to. Sometimes we paint ourselves, Māori, as great conservationists, when in fact some of us, if given the opportunity, would even today continue to, surprisingly, deforest. And I say that because when we were in Waikanai, one of the hapu there, or owners there, who had a landlocked block that was a forested block, were complaining about not being able to access it because they wanted to log there. And my reading of the newspapers, both in the 19th century and 20th century, there are many examples of Māori advertising blocks of land for sale and encouraging people to buy because of the potential for logging on those blocks. And you said yesterday, I think, that the only benefits for Māori in terms of deforestation was as employees. Almost to suggest that they may not have taken the same advantage or opportunity if the land was still in their possession.
Yes, I think I qualified it yesterday by saying that there's a participation as wage earners, but I also acknowledge that there was a participation as farmers. There were some blocks of Maori-owned land that were taken out of forest and put into pastures and put into productive farmlands. But they're a very small proportion compared with the amount that went into Pākehā ownership and was cleared for Pākehā farming.
Can I just do a follow-up question on that? Dr. Kent, it's true, isn't it, that before the 1920s, proper valuations of forest lands wasn't available to Māori owners, was it? Or even to the land boards?
That I can't clarify, no.
Well, could you?
It's not my expertise, sorry.
Right, so you're not sure?
No.
Well, there's evidence in the Rohe Pōtai inquiry anyway, and in the report that until the early 1920s, when the Forest Service was established, full valuation material around the value of forest lands wasn't available to the local land board. I wondered whether you'd seen the same material here.
That's not material that I've been able to look at.
All right, thank you.
Let's move to page 63 of your report. And I think it's still you, Dr. Ken, about kumara cultivating.
Sorry, I'm just going to, given that we've got this in the evidence now, dealing with forestry. At page 179, second paragraph, you discuss how many people were employed by millers in the district. And you just said many people were employed, but as I understand your evidence so far, you're not sure how many. Is that right?
Yes, I have it. Yes, I have it in front of me.
So you haven't seen figures, have you, of how many people were employed in the industry who were Māori?
No, I don't have a breakdown of Māori and non-Māori by employment.
Right, and do you know whether any Māori own mills in this district?
I would assume that they did, but I don't have specific details.
All right, thank you.
Yes, turning to page 63. Now, while I was following the Crown's argument on forestry, I wasn't when it came to kumara. and some of the estimates that were given for the amounts of sand and gravel that might be required for a kumara garden. Where I come from, kumara planting, we still have experts practicing it now, and in actual fact, over winter they were, well, you have to create seed beds, plant tubers, so that you have seedlings to grow in spring. And for those seed beds, you have to use the gravel and sand as a base. And as I understand it, and I'll be very interested in your answers in writing around Wakefield and Adkins' comments as to whether this is what they're talking about, using sand and gravel for seed beds, not for gardens, because you don't actually require it for the garden. And some of the ones I've seen up in Manutuke, for example, at the moment, they're small trenches, and you don't require a lot of space or gravel or sand in order to create those seedlings from tubers. And I thought I'd make that point so that when you're coming to your answer, you might see if that's what they're actually on about.
We're very interested in that question. When we look at it, we will decide whether we are the best ones to answer that or whether we acknowledge it as an important question and point to other expertise.
I wanted to ask on page 215, you mention eels, kaura, pātiki, kōkopu, and kōwhitiwhiti. And it's just my ignorance, what is kōwhitiwhiti?
What's yours again?
I probably did look at the time, but I probably didn't have the reference to it.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Wood.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, I was just saying, I think I probably did look at the time at Kōwhitiwhiti, but I can't, unfortunately, I can't remember what it was, so I'd have to go back and look at the answer they can write in, if that's okay.
Okay. Sure, one of the locals will tell me during this week.
Yeah.
On page 605, and we're on to the huia now, I found that chapter very informative, an education actually, so that was great. But I noted that, again, this point about not all Māoris are great conservators. You have a sentence there where Māori hunters were able to take huia in vast numbers.
Yes, that's right.
So despite, and I'm sure they would have been aware that the numbers were falling, they still took them in great numbers. Rahui, you know, sometimes are placed on areas to protect the resource from Māori.
Yes.
Themselves.
Yes.
You agree?
Yeah, that would make sense. Because certainly that, in the early period, the rahui do seem to be primarily designed to stop Maori hunting huia rather than pakeha. Or I mean, obviously they're meant for both, but I think they're I suppose more. There's a greater expectation that the Maori hunters will comply with the rahui, whereas there's not necessarily such an expectation that pakeha hunters would apply to the, or would comply to those.
Turning to page 641, the Historic Places Trust.
Yes.
In the bottom of the top paragraph, you state it offered no protection, and we're talking about Waihi-Tapu, the registration of Waihi-Tapu. It offered no protection to the sites which had been placed on the public record. And I noted here that one of the reasons Māori weren't placing their sites on the register was because of the fear that if they were known more publicly, at that stage anyhow, back in the 80s, they feared people going there, desecrating them, but it proved to be I think, the wrong move, because developers sometimes develop these blocks without knowing that there was a Waihi-Tapu there. You got a comment?
That's always been that tension, particularly as you say in the recent period, between, and I think that probably goes back to the history of the fact, because there weren't the protections, there was always that problem in the before, particularly sort of before 70s and 80s, that you did have the fossickers go in trawling, or in the case of like Horowhenua, literally trawling them for artifacts which could then be sold off. So I think that tension's been there, and that continues today.
You also talk about a few sites in this inquiry district that have been registered on page 643 in the big paragraph in the middle there. And I would have to put that down to Tekēnehi, who I see is now in the audience listening, Tekēnehi Tater, as to why those were registered. I'm pretty sure that would be through his influence over the people in this region. Not for any other reason.
Yeah, no, that sounds right to me, I think. Can you bring me into that?
I should probably make you aware that I was a member of the Māori Heritage Council, and I was reading about the Act in the 1993 Act, and you do point out correctly that prior to that there was only one Māori appointed to a trust board, a historic places trust board of 15 members, but you don't say anything about the change to membership in the 1993 Act, which actually allowed 3 members from the Heritage Council to be appointed to the board. And when I was there in 2004, of the 11-member Historic Places Trust Board, 4 of them were Māori, because you had your 3 from the council, and then a 4th member had been elected by the branch committees. And so we had, at that point anyhow, quite a bit of say, and we had a number of staff under Tekēnehi operating, so you had a lot of, I suppose, advances made during that period. I'm not too sure what it's like now, but it was improved dramatically by the 1993 Act.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I was just wondering if I can pass briefly to Dr. Kent.
Could I come in on the matter of protection of Waihi-Tapu, whether to have them declared or not in terms of planning documents has been a dilemma, was also a dilemma in Australia, and one of the important developments in more recent decades has been the use of silent files. You can put a large circle on a map and say within that area there are Waihi-Tapu. And if there's something happening through the planning processes or the Environment Court, there's authority to open up the files in the presence of the judge and counsel, but not in the presence of the public. So Waihi-Tapu can be protected, and knowledge of Waihi-Tapu can be protected by the use of silent files.
But am I right? In order to have a silent file, first you have to get some information on the willingness of those people to allow you to know that there's something there. I give an example, the East Coast, it's planted in forestry now, and those people are, I'm pretty sure, aren't aware of that you have that option. They don't even know about the Waihi Tapu registering, but the result is that Waihi Tapu, in the area I come from, is now planted in forestry. Even though there are wharau holes or pits all over the place, the forestry have planted right through them. Because in order to keep those Waihi Tapu secret, nobody would divulge any information. Not even, I don't think they'd even do it if they knew there was an opportunity for a silent file, because of this lack of trust. But it's worked against them. You have a comment?
Yes, it's a dilemma for iwi who are now putting material electronically. I think the best practice is not to put anything in the electronic files about the Waihi Tapu, but simply to indicate on the broad circle on the map that within that area there are Waihi Tapu, and if needs be, the information is brought out, but it's not held electronically or physically anywhere. It's held in the knowledge of the kaitiaki.
I think the other problem that we have is that the Heritage New Zealand just does not have the staff to cover the country in terms of talking to iwi and hapu.
This is where iwi and hapu management plans become of crucial importance, because if the iwi and hapu are not resourced to identify the areas where there might be Waihi Tapu, then there's no protection, and they're not brought into the conversation.
My last question, Dr. Kent, is in your summing up on page 700, you talk about the growth of awareness by the Crown in the late 1980s to this conception of what taonga meant in the treaty. And what I'm interested in is what actually led them to that understanding.
I think that there were some individuals who are very important, both on the Maori side and the Kaumatua side. There were also claims that were going through the Waitangi Tribunal, and I've referred to the waters claims, the Kaituna River and the Manukau Harbour and the reefs in Taranaki. I think there was a growing body of awareness through those hearings and those reports. And that was very much part of the awareness, for example, of Ken Pittington, who was the architect of the legislation for the Department of Conservation, with the Conservation Act, but also those Pākehā Crown servants were working very closely with Maori Kaumatua. And the example I've used before is the partnership between Ken Pittington and Tepini O'Regan, giving advice to the ways in which things might be done in the Department of Conservation and the Conservation Act. And each of you in other tribal districts would have awareness of partnerships between employees of the Crown and Kaumatua or tribal leaders in particular regions.
Well, kia ora, and once again, thank you to all of you who had a part in this report.
Well, thank you. I understand Sir Douglas has no questions, as he didn't yesterday, so I'm going to ask mine. Can we talk, first of all, to you, Mr. Hearn, Dr. Hearn, on page 113 of the report, which is chapter 4, which I understand you're responsible for, Dr. Hearn. In that paragraph there, you've got reference to a number of blocks that at one point had restrictions on them as to alienation. It's at the first sentence, but actually the paragraph begins at page 111. Now, as you know, Dr. Grant pointed out that all restrictions were removed under the 1909 Native Land Act, but here you seem to be suggesting that the owners themselves sought removal of restrictions. Do you know which blocks, and can you specify which ones? Or is this a general comment?
I'm not entirely sure which set of restrictions we're referring to.
It's that last sentence in the paragraph. I wasn't sure either whether you were just referring to the Horo Whenua blocks or whether you were referring to all the blocks that you mention in this paragraph.
So just remind me, please, ma'am, of the paragraph.
It begins on page 111, and then over the page you've got map 4.4, and it's the last sentence in that paragraph which goes on to page 113.
Okay. So these will have been the restrictions imposed on alienation. So these blocks will have been proclaimed as being under purchase by the Crown and inalienable to other than the Crown.
Yes, can you tell me what that sentence means? Which blocks are you referring to there? Do you want to take time and consider it and provide a written answer on that?
It might be good. Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Can I break in there? From what Dr. Hearn just said then, it's the kind of restriction that the Crown puts on land when it doesn't want anyone else to buy it. So it restricts it from alienation except to anyone but the Crown.
Yes, I know that. But
instead of the kind of restriction that the Native Land Court puts on, which is restrictions on any kind of alienation.
Yes,
so
but if you read that sentence, I don't understand it.
Right, okay.
You say the owners appear to have requested the removal of restrictions on alienability, although that process has still to be investigated.
Yes, okay. So the Native Land Court had the power to impose restrictions on blocks. But there were processes by which owners could request their removal. What we don't understand in any detail is the nature of that process. So that we're talking about two different sets of restrictions. So that there's, as we pointed out.
Okay. Well, would you have a look at that sentence and see whether or not you can add anything to that answer? Thank you. Now, chapter...
I just wonder whether this raises actually the point that was made yesterday by me about taumanuka, and whether your first question, I think, was, do you know which blocks that relates to? I just wondered whether that could actually be a specific block that is looked into in the course of Dr. Hearn's investigation of that question, as in how the inalienability was removed from that particular block, whether it was pursuant to the Act generally, or whether it was something that was specifically done by those.
Well, they could look at it, but that's not a block referred to in this paragraph, so I'm not sure
I was just
whether he'd have to begin a whole new line of inquiry.
Correct, yeah, I see
so
what you're
it's
saying.
better that he
So
look
you're
at...
not wanting him to then look at the issue of which blocks are affected by this, which is what I was taking from your
No,
question.
I want him to look at this paragraph and explain in the context of this paragraph which blocks he's referring to.
Which blocks he's referring to in this paragraph. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that clarification.
So, going to page 190191, which is chapter 5, Dr. Kant. Thank you, Dr. Hearn. That was the only question I had for you. Dr. Kant?
Yes.
There you mentioned the limited specifics on the loss of mahinga kai, loss of kaitiakitanga and rangatiratanga. And you note that land ownership or lack thereof made it harder to access or exercise these values. But the values were, they were still able to exercise some of these rights, weren't they? Like,
yes,
access wasn't totally denied.
these rights could be exercised certainly on land that they still owned, and could also be exercised in some cases on other lands.
Right.
The ability to do that wasn't lost, but it was not necessarily legal.
Good point. All right, page 218, which again is, and that's all the questions I have for you, Dr. Kent, because I've already asked you the questions about milling and valuations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I was a bit disturbed about your answer, though, because it means that we've got this lack of knowledge about what Māori understood to be the value of the timber resources on their blocks when they were offering to sell them, and whether or not they got the full value of the resources on those blocks. But that's something I'll leave there. So Dr. Wood, page 218. There you mention the number of Māori working in the flax industry was many, but you don't give us a definitive number, although you probably can't give definitive numbers. Do you have an estimate, at least? And we need you to come online and Dr. Kent to come off.
Yeah, sorry, I probably have to answer that question in writing.
Sorry, Dr. Wood? Are you going to answer it in writing, did you say?
That's possible.
Did you say you would answer that in writing?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Derby. Well, that's all I have for you, Dr. Wood. Thank you. Mr. Derby, on page 357, which is chapter 9, that's your responsibility, is it? You discuss the Himatangi Reserve, and you mention that reserve with a number of others. Do you know how many scientific reserves and scenic reserves there are in this district? Well, which one of you could answer that question?
That's probably Dr. Hearn.
Oh, okay. It's chapter 8, sorry. Dr. Hearn?
My apologies, I was at that particular paragraph. I'm not paying much attention.
Oh, it's not the only place that reserves are mentioned, so I wondered how many scientific reserves and scenic reserves there are in this district. Do you know? Would it be hard to find out?
Possibly not.
All right.
Certainly try for it.
Are you saying you're not going to do it?
I'm saying that
Sorry, what did you say? We didn't hear that.
I will certainly have a look and see what I can unearth.
Thank you. Now, I think I'm in chapter 9 now, Mr. Dewey, which is dealing with the Department of Conservation policies on pages 357 to 361.
Are these you?
No, not me. That's still chapter 8.
That's still chapter 8, sorry.
Have you got a different page number, maybe?
Well, I know Dr. Kant also deals with them, so I wonder, have either of you looked at the latest Department of Conservation General Policy, their forest policies and their conservation estate policies? Has anyone? Since this report was written?
We haven't gone back to it since the report was written. If there's a specific task, we'd be glad to go back to it.
Right. Chapter 10. Page 434, is that chapter 10? Is that you, Ms. Dubey, or not? Who is that? Map 10.3.
Dr. Wood, ma'am.
Who?
Dr. Wood, sorry.
Dr. Wood. So I'm not sure you're the right person to ask because the map deals with forestation, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right.
And it's contemporary forestation. So, well, you know, it's 20th century. So can you tell me to what extent the Māori trustee was the agent for the owners in dealing with most of these blocks that have forestry on them?
Yeah, that's something I didn't really look into. So yeah, that's probably something I'd need to answer in writing.
Thank you. Page 569.
Let's speak to Dr. Kent. Sorry.
According to it's chapter 12.
Yes.
So just locating the page. Dr. Kent here, 569.
Yes, you're dealing with, Dr. Kent, you're dealing with the one plan?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you about your comment there relating to your discussion about sedimentation and the build-up in waterways. I think your view was that the one plan was probably the best you're going to get in terms of dealing with sedimentation. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I think the mechanisms that have been put in place look to be very effective or look to be good mechanisms, but like any sort of mechanism in that area, they need to be carefully monitored and they need to be fine-tuned. So I think there's good progress being made, but the progress needs to be reinforced by monitoring and, as a result of monitoring, by adjustments.
Right. And you don't give any opinion about the effectiveness of the one plan to deal with nutrient enrichment?
I had a high level of confidence in the proposed one plan. I was very disappointed with the changes that were made to that. Again, was very confident with the results of the Environment Court hearings and the adjustments that was made in relation to the plan after the Environment Court had ruled on it. I think this particular regional horizons is one of the pioneers in terms of good processes to control nitrogen enrichment, and the rest of the country is benefiting from what's been done in horizons. But it was somewhat a rocky road to get through to the Horizons 1 plan as it is now.
All right.
And again, I think it's promising, but it needs monitoring and obviously will need fine tuning.
Right. Well, thank you, Dr. Kent. That's is my final question for you. And Mr. Derby, hopefully you got the right chapter. Chapter 11, pages 440 to 450. You're dealing with the whales and dolphins there, and it's the case, isn't it, that while Māori didn't harvest those species to any significant degree, they certainly had relationships with those species, which they often exercise when they're at sea. I mean, I'm a paddler. I've seen orcas and whales and sharks and at sea. So the relationships don't just depend on harvesting.
No, you're saying that these need not be exploitative relationships.
Yes.
I'm sure that's correct, yeah.
Well, I don't want you to agree with me. Have you seen any evidence to the contrary? Or either supporting that as a proposition?
I can't say I have.
No.
I can't say I've seen that evidence.
All right, thank you. Well, that's all I have. Thank you all, and I'm sorry we've taken longer, but your report, as you can see, is very much at the forefront of the tribunal's thinking around natural resource management in the district, so thank you very much, all of you. So you're all free to go after I ask Council if there are any follow-up questions. First of all, the Crown. Mr. Stevens?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Okay. Anyone else? No, well, that's it. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, ma'am. If I could please take the opportunity to seek leave for Ms. Schooler Sutton to withdraw for the rest of the week. And if I could also record the appearance of Mr. Chong.
Thank you.
He'll be assisting with the questions on behalf of our clients for the next 3 witnesses, ma'am.
Thank you. Can I just get a spelling on that name?
Chong, C-H-O-N-G.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
And since we're on that kaupapa, ma'am, I'd like to record the departure of Miss Wood and the arrival of Miss Soriano. That's S-O-R-I-A-N-O. And she will be with us for the next 2 reports. Thank you, ma'am.
We're now at that part of the program where we call on Professor Huhana Smith.
Tēnā koe, Professor Smith, and welcome to what I understand is your first Waitangi Tribunal hearing. You can relax because everyone is very nice. Can I get you to state your full name and qualifications, please, for the record?
Tēnā rau koutou katoa, ko Huhana Smith tōku wingoa, Huhana Margaret Smith tōku wingoa, nō Ngāti Tukore he ahau. My name is Huhana Margaret Smith, and I am a professor at Massey University College of Creative Arts in Wellington.
Thank you. And Professor Smith, you're the author of the Inland Waterways Cultural Perspectives Report, dated 2017, is that correct?
That is correct, I am the author.
And you've also prepared a summary of that report dated the 16th of July 2020?
Correct, kia ora.
And I'll just get you to confirm that the 2017 report is Wai2200A198.
Tēnā koe, kia ora.
Thank you. Now, could you please read your summary?
O kānau te mihi atu ki a kouta katoa, i te ropu whakamana o te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā rā kouta katoa. Arā ki a koe tā Doug Kidd, ko te tumana ko pai tō, ko piki tō pai tō ora e nei. Nā mihi atu ki a koe e pā. Ai, kia koutou katoa, e koe ana ki konei kānui te mihi atu kia koutou.
Make themselves available to be.
Pai tēnā. Takutūranga ake kurunga ki ngā maunga titohea o te takiwai nei, ko tararua, o tararere, ko poroporo, ko puki atua, ki ngā waiora, ki ngā waipuna, ki ngā waitukukiri, o te iwi, ko ohau, ko wai kōkupu, ko kuku, ko tikorangi, ko mangana nao, ko te matiawa, ko te rangi tāwhia, ko Ngāti Manu, ko Patu Mākuku, ko Ngāti Kapu Manuawhiti o te rohi ki te iwi nei o Ngāti Tukorehe. Ko ane rau ko Ramaka Wehi Peihana, o ku mātua tūpuna, no kuku. Ko Parawai rau ko Arthur Holder, o ku kaumātua no kuku hore whenua hoki. Ko Neta, no kuku rau ko Adrian Smith no Savanac, ahi Tereiria, o ku mātua. Ko Ngāti Tukorehe te iwi, ko te matiawa, ko te rangi tāwhia, ko kapu manuawhiti o ku hapu. Anei anō, ko Huhana Smith tōku wingoa, he kaimahi kereme noa iho ahau. Ka karanga atu ki ngā rangatira katoa I noho ana I Wainganui I te rohe a Porirua ki Manawatu. Tēnā ra koutou katoa. This summary report highlights the main claims issues expressed orally and recorded from informants during many wānanga in many locales held across the wide claimant orohe in 2006. The voices collated are presented in the Porirua ki Manawatu Inland Waterways Cultural Perspectives Technical Report compiled by the Tarangi Tāwhia Whakatupu Mātauranga Tarangi Research Team. The related transcriptions are collated verbatim within the Porirua Inland Waterways Cultural Perspectives Oral Report compiled by staff of Tarangi. We all contributed to the Inland Waterways as part of the Crown Forest Rental Trust commissioned research projects for the Porirua ki Manawatu Claims Inquiry. The Tarangi team engaged with a large claimant community with initial iwi statements sourced from Mōpoko, and I cite there on page 50, Rangatane, 55, Ngāti Raukawa ki te Tonga, page 52, Te Atiawa, page 58, Ngāti Toa, page 51, and Ngāti Awa, page 60. With a wānanga and interview outline highlighted on pages 66 to 67. A later table in the report highlights key individuals and hapu participants who responded to the team's interview requests. The voices. Each voice amplifies long-term pain and frustration, experienced or expressed over successive generations to become a now long-standing and intergenerational issue. A significant, varied and complex range of historic land tenure alienations have impacted negatively against Māori values and their relationships to lands and waterways. This led to a comprehensive severing of once intricate and intimate iwi and hapu cultural relationships with greater knowledge of freshwater itself, related freshwater riparian forest cover and associated inland freshwater species therein. Across the large claimant orohe, there were once teeming healthy habitats of forests, streams, rivers, punawai or springs, freshwater lakes, wetlands, and many other waterways that were sites for intergenerational seasonal gathering of sustenance for an abundant range of species that ensured hapu and whānau well-being. The Tarangi team tried to reflect the range of laments so keenly felt by our informants about the past and their concerns for generations of today who must suffer these severances and waterway decline. In this way too, we tried to highlight the long-term damaging effects of waterway decline, which continues to impact upon Māori cultural condition, abilities to main mātauranga Māori or transfer Māori worldviews of te tai ao to next generations. All voices raise issue with the compounding ill effects of colonisation via land and waterway alienation, which were promulgated by major shifts in power bases between Māori and Pākehā settler communities, and disregard of intricate Māori knowledge systems. Differing values over water created conflicts, particularly when customary approaches to waterways as revered beings were ignored. This not only impacted on spiritual propitiation, but also for food gathering, where related sustainable care protocols were disregarded. These conflicts in values and understandings with differing uses led directly to relentless, intensified expansion of agricultural land and waterway modification, which today has culminated in accumulated toxic point and non-point source pollution. Other expanded urban and peri-urban development built up over many generations with associated infrastructure also spread across the inquiry region, impacting on all claimants' relationships with diverse water bodies. Claimants raised concerns for impacts of large-scale drainage, stop banking and other damaging engineered modifications exacted upon natural systems. Ongoing Crown inaction over waterway health at a time of consolidating this Porirua ki Manawatu Inland Waterways Cultural Perspectives Technical Report in 2006 also emphasises how strident the response to delays in overturning declined freshwater species and impacts on New Zealand's economy have become. This is also alongside the related mainstreaming of climate change vulnerabilities and its reporting. I know I mentioned it on page 43 to 47 and may not be relevant to this report at this stage, but this report also emerges from the context of hands-on, evidence-based, action-orientated research via Manaakitaha Moana 2010 to 2015 within areas of the inquiry region. All combined and documented impacts cannot be underestimated within this inquiry region. As attested in complementary research within the Inland Waterways Historical Report Summary, it is clear too that, in a Māori worldview, waterways are everything. They are the conduit and giver of life, the arterial network giving sustenance to Papatuanuku and all who live on her, and the means by which she is able to cleanse herself of impurities. As literal and metaphysical providers of life and sustenance that carry ancestral connections, waterways are central to hapu and iwi identity, as expressed and celebrated in pepiha, histories, whakatauki, waiata and stories. And I just stopped just to acknowledge Papa Sean Ogden, who provided the pepiha that I presented this morning. These whakapapa relationships are necessarily reciprocal, where the physical and spiritual well-being of each is inextricably tied to the other, conferring the need for kaitiaki to protect the mauri or life force of waterways so they can maintain their vitality and in turn continue to support the mauri and vitality of their hapu and iwi. Protecting mauri involves keeping waterways free from the harm of pollutants, degradation and interference from other water bodies, and caring for their physical health through responsible and sustainable resource use practices, and their spiritual health through the observance of tikanga. Waterways have cultural value due to their centrality to hapu and iwi identity and well-being. They are also a key source of mana, including through the manaki of visitors by being able to serve locally renowned delicacies resourced from them, such as eel, whitebait and other freshwater fisheries. Waterways continue to have a value in the spiritual lives of whānau, hapu and iwi through the practice of rituals such as tohi rites and the maintenance of wāhi tapu, and through their use of rongowa for healing and well-being. And I acknowledge that I have omitted to put the reference there, and I really should be referencing Potter et al. From their Inland Waterways Historical Report Summary. In this report, each and everyone's expressions resonate on issues that arise from complex legacies. These include historical land tenure changes, 1840 to 1870, resulting in complicated internal struggles that ensued between iwi and hapu during these times of land and waterways political disturbances, which had been created by Crown and Court actions, and particularly around 1860-1870. Each group or individual highlights how ancestral reactions to these land tenure changes and loss of ties to water bodies continue to impact on current generations' customary rights over waterways today. Excuse me. Their voices are critical evidence attesting to complicated systems and procedures exacted over waterway resources, a convolutedness that is analogous to the decline of once intricate and intimate knowledge of place, lands and related waterways. Key themes. Each group of participants, and I refer to the interviewees, highlight the customary use and significance of waterways within the region, the impacts of colonisation, ownership issues, and hapu and whānau loss of management and control over waterways, their concerns for water quality from pollution, the impacts of drainage, weirs, barriers and culverts in waterways due to expanding urban development, loss of taonga species, and how ongoing hapu disconnection to place leads to dysfunction, loss of mātauranga Māori in relation to fishing practices, including sustainable protocols associated with all food gathering practices, maramataka Māori and related astronomical knowledge, and the consequent inability to exercise tino rangatiratanga over rivers, streams, springs, dune lakes, wetlands, and other significant waterways from mountains to sea within respective regions. This weighs heavily on everyone's sense of well-being as their respective autonomy or leadership as respective iwi, hapu and whānau authorities is curtailed. This further compounds the inability for more to act more compellingly or persuasively within government entities, particularly in respects to resource management, environmental cultural practices, and the active restoring of the health and well-being according to Māori worldviews. Clear maps of significance. The series of significant waterway maps highlight the inland waterways and wetlands of significance within a range of cultural values, and they are listed on pages 14 to 33. As collated here, these waterway sources of sustenance kept people well maintained and well fed as youngsters or adults with growing whānau. Adversely, in just a generation, these relationships and engagements with safe waterways are virtually non-existent today. It is within the last 40 years or so that intensified and expanding peri-urban and coastal developments, along with expanding subdivisions within remaining agricultural landscapes or major expressways developments dissecting communities, that these dominating actions have effectively ignored, downplayed or applied lowest levels of compliance to a holistic Māori environmental worldview, values or mātauranga Māori knowledge base of place. Such avoidances by Crown authorities to fully and more meaningfully engage with iwi and hapu has led to a tenuous balance between the cultural and spiritual needs of hapu and iwi, their proactive participation as decision makers over waterways, their roles as hands-on kaitiaki or as being respected managers to leave their lands and waterways in a better state for future generations. Claimants reiterate, though, that there are accumulated impacts of colonisation on their cultural survival over time. Complexities created over historic ownership issues in the region, contemporary concerns of being isolated from more critical and active engagement in resource management of their waterways within the regions, and impacts on species and habitat loss within once healthy and bountiful waterways. Maintaining resilience to transform. Whilst the interviewees' collective recollections indicate the pain of disengagement from their rivers, streams, springs, dune lakes, wetlands and other significant waterways from mountain to sea within the wide inquiry regions, each participant remains determined to effect significant ecological improvement where sustainability of both the environment and people must be enhanced. Therefore, collated kōrero hapu as stories for a contemporary reality must be the basis of transformative change via shared visions based on Māori knowledge of place with planned implementable actions. With respectful co-intelligent and co-management strategies that are led by Māori, such convergences should ensure the regenerative health and well-being of their communities. To these ends, these combined iwi and hapu voices, alongside all the natural environment and historical reports that we have heard before with local government and with the natural environment report, all these voices will activate new ways of doing things for remnant natural areas within revered ancestral landscapes. I refer to just quickly to, I put in the word waterscapes also that is used in the historical report. There are also many related actions and strategies underway at present that aim to reconcile strong Māori values as the interdependent means to heal whole communities, whilst simultaneously re-enhancing iwi and hapu relationships with waterways within the inquiry district. However, all actions must first and foremost respectfully acknowledge Māori methods of environmental resource management and apply Māori systems of understanding. Reconciling knowledge systems between Māori and non-Māori could be achieved alongside better sustainable economic and cultural imperatives, all for the sake of improving socio-cultural, socio-economic, environmental and human well-being. Far more well-resourced actions for enhanced kaitiakitanga must complement more assured, holistic or ecologically based developments. Conclusion. This summary report overviews the formidable forbearance of informants, where Tarangi researchers tried to honour the depth and breadth of these voices. Enduring whakapapa relationships to waterways document the temerity of iwi, hapu and whānau as they act with passion and conviction over their waterways. The main cause of combined anguish from this collection of voices is without doubt the long-term impact that dominating processes of colonisation have had on iwi, hapu and whānau cultural contexts, exacted over generations, wearing peoples down over long periods of time. However, these informants ensure us that collective mana atua, mana whakapapa, mana whenua, mana tangata, encompassing mana wahine and mana tāne, can and should be enhanced through increased understanding of how mana resonates within a Māori environmental worldview. Mātauranga or knowledge grounded by place and genealogy can be harnessed by Māori leadership to be taken on board by more willing authorities. More respectful and meaningful engagement with Māori authorities with appropriate and relevant resourcing to the many tasks leads to better co-creation of solutions, which must be applied urgently so the degradation issues that these peoples and their inland waterways to sea across the Rohe currently face. This report sought to document voice and experiences of place as the grounding upon which to redress the adverse actions of Crown agencies exacted over generations, space and time. In this precarious world we inhabit, it is critical to uphold the guarantee of iwi, hapu and whānau perspectives in maintaining their rights over their waterways and lands. Such promises were enshrined in the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840. The strong and diverse voices from across this Rohe provide formidable bases of knowledge and power that can help revalue and reprioritise the urgent actions required for water bodies and associated freshwater resources. which flow from mountain ranges and foothills into the marine environment. Water is critical to Aotearoa New Zealand's well-being. Water is the lifeblood of our environment and underpins our socio-cultural and economic systems, where sound development in key sectors depends on sustaining healthy water. The combined voices in this report encompasses ki uta ki tai, mountains to sea perspective, with waterways that are strongly interconnected with all parts of the biosphere. Hearing these voices is most critically important, so that important acts of rangatiratanga and active kaitiakitanga can provide for better health and well-being for iwi, hapu and whānau, and by association for all communities who call Aotearoa New Zealand home.
Kia ora, Professor Smith. Now, just before my colleagues ask you some questions, I neglected to get you to confirm the number for the summary report. Just can you confirm for the record it's Wai2200 A198C?
I think yes, aroha mai. Wai2200 number A198.
C, I think.
C.
Thanks.
And I'm not sure whether you did it. You could have. Did you get her to confirm she wrote this? Because it's signed by council.
It is, yes. Can you confirm you wrote this summary?
I confirm I wrote the summary report.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have, first of all, Mr. Corniche.
Tēnā koe, Professor Smith. Just to start, can I confirm that you can hear me okay?
Yes. Aroha mai, can you say that again, please? Sorry. Sorry, we're just going here. Aroha mai.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Excellent, well, that's a good start. First, thank you very much for your helpful report. Just want to start by reflecting on something one of the claimants I represent, Dennis Emery of Ngāti Hinapare of Ngāti Kaiwhata, said to me when he was describing the Ngāti Kaiwhata relationship with waterways, and he described it in this way. He said that they regard waterways as their mother. They nurtured them, cleansed them, spiritualised them, fed them, transported them, and housed them. So, in short, and this is my spin on that waterways were more than simply a productive or economic resource, rather that Māori had a kinship relationship with waterways. I take it that's consistent with the evidence you collated during the preparation of your report?
I would agree that is consistent with the way that I've collated the report, and from the voices that were, when we were doing the interviews and when the team was collating the information coming from the informants, that was a strong theme that came through, that there is a strong relationship that humans have with water, and from a Māori perspective that's a very strong whakapapa relationship. So for the informant from Kaiwhata to say the water is as like his mother, that is evident in other kind of expressions that other people talked about how they related with water.
And certainly one of the main frustrations, probably too polite a way to put it, but frustrations felt by claimants I represent, and I imagine it's consistent with the people you spoke to, is not just that they were not being consulted with by the Crown when the Crown was making decisions about waterways, but even then the Crown, until relatively recently, simply had no understanding or ability to conceive of a waterway of having a spiritual or cultural importance to Māori in the way that it does. Is that again consistent with the?
I believe that's consistent with the frustrations that people feel about water, and the informants not being able to access or do the things they used to do, whether it was collecting for food and sustenance, or for spiritual propitiation because the water quality is not good anymore. And that's it's a great pain, it's a great frustration, but it's also a form of dysfunction as well. So you actually have people's acting not so well with each other because of the nature of waterway decline. It's what it does to people. I think it probably picks up on the point about the importance of Māori, and if you destroy Māori, you are destroying yourself and you're destroying your human relationship. And that is of grave concern to our informants. Because I think right across the rohe, I think when you kind of experience living in a Māori world and you see what's going on amongst peoples and the difficulties that are kind of the difficulties that are emphasised or enhanced by freshwater decline, they go hand in hand. The dysfunction or the decline in water is also a decline in people and their sense of cultural conditions. It's not healthy. So the relationships are oftentimes not healthy.
Indeed. Now, taking quite a jump back, and I just want to ask you some questions about Papakainga and historical use of waterways, and then how that was reflected in the allocation of land rights or otherwise. So if we look at the original location of Papakainga at the time of the settlement of Ngāti Raukawa in the Rohe from around 1829, they are, for the most part, on waterways. Would it be fair to say that the main diet of the people and the main sources of materials used for clothing and shelter came from wetlands and other waterways?
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, most of your resources and your needs, and if you think about it from a sustainable resource use perspective, you're taking natural products for use for human well-being, and that is something that all the Papakainga, or whether it was on the Manawatu River, whether it was at the coast at Kuku, whether it was Turudu Valley, wherever, you're using your resources to heighten your well-being, because you're just using things from the waterways that either feed you, house you, clothe you, etc. So yes, extremely important are the resources from waterways.
And could it also be that use rights in respect of water regimes are of equal importance, or in fact even more important than use rights in respect of land?
I don't think I want to talk about the difference between terrestrial and water, because they also go together as well. From a whakapapa knowledge understanding, you see them as interrelated and everything is interdependent. But I think if you focus down with a particular lens on a particular, whether it's terrestrial land or water, you kind of set them apart. Water runs through as the veins runs through the whenua, so it's very much part of that ancestral being. So they're very much interdependent and interrelated to each other.
That's very helpful, because that actually leads on to the next few questions I had. That if we look at the way in which, for example, the Native Land Court was allocating land rights to Māori, the Native Land Court was really only allocating one part of Māori proprietary interest in resources, that is, in land, and it really wasn't considering water rights at all as something separate, and that to fairly accommodate Māori interests in resources, it should have been allocating use rights that existed in respect of water as well. Is that a fair comment?
I think that's a fair comment, yeah.
And would it be sufficient if the court had said, for example, that owners of the land on either side of a river or surrounding a lake would hold to the centre line or the centre point, or was it really the case that rights in respect of water were not dependent on the ownership of the adjoining land?
I think, if you could just ask me that question again, please. Sorry. There's a lot there.
If the Native Land Court had been considering water rights, one way in which it could have been dealt with was to say that the owners on either side of a river or surrounding a lake would hold rights to the centre line or centre point.
Yep, yep.
That's one way it could have dealt with it. Or is it fair to say that, in fact, use rights for Māori in respect of water were really not dependent on the ownership of the adjoining land? That's not how Māori conceived of water rights.
Yeah, I'd agree with you that the proprietary rights are to all aspects of the water within the terrestrial, so where it flows within the terrestrial. So all the rights are, I believe, this is what I believe, are interrelated. So they all, you're given new ways of thinking about water, and I think about maybe what it was like for my great-great-grandparents' time, that they wouldn't have thought about the bottom of a river or the middle line of the river or this side of the river or that side of the river. They would have seen it as a whole. So it becomes very difficult when you're asked to compartmentalise how, and this is why I think we're in so much trouble, how we've been asked to compartmentalise or see all aspects of the natural environment as categorised in a particular way where they are separated from each other. So can you kind of get what I'm trying to say? I really do firmly believe that Māori engaged with the entirety of the water system, what was wet and flowed, and everything within it and on it and beside it, and that they used all those resources well for enhanced well-being. But as soon as you start compartmentalising it or severing it or cutting it or demanding that you're only going to look at this side of it and not that side of it, or you're going to look at the base of it and not the water that flows through it, that's when we've got into this trouble, I believe, that we're in today.
So if I can just summarise that.
Sorry.
Please tell me if I'm not doing this fairly. It would be fair to say that Māori held waterways as one indivisible resource without distinction as to the ownership of the bed and the water itself.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
And would you agree that the issue for Māori was not whether you could own flowing water, but whether you had the right to access that water while it flowed through your territory?
Yeah. Yes, I agree. They had proprietary rights to access that water because that's what they'd always done for their sustenance. So it's just a totally different way of, you'd have to try and imagine that world now, because it's very difficult to actually engage in that world now because of the quality of or the extent of the ecological decline or the extent of the decline in natural integrity, because it's become unsafe to do that.
Now, I don't know if you can answer these questions, or they should be properly put to the authors of the Inland Waterways Historical Report, but I'm just interested in whether you can give some examples of Ngāti Raukawa, in particular Ngāti Tauwhara and Ngāti Pari Raukawa, exercising kaitiakitanga either historically or also today in respect of their waterways.
Do you want to refer to any pages in the report that might link that in so I could just have a quick look over? Is that possible? Or?
It is, but I mean, if it's not something, I certainly can put that question to the authors of the historical.
I think, the historical team have put together a very comprehensive report as well, so you may find more answers there. But if you wanted me to look at anything just to refresh my memory, that would be helpful.
No, I don't think there's anything specific that I need to refer to in the report, so I'm happy to leave that for the authors of the historical report. I
think if we remind ourselves too, these reports are very complementary. So they were done by the same research group, and that a lot of the kind of cultural values and quotes are also peppered throughout that whole report as well, but that the historical team went into much more detail. So this was really the collation of the voice, and theirs is the collation of the detail, much more detail.
I think that's a fair comment. You can't consider them in isolation. You need to read the reports together.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Well, thank you, Your Honour. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Chong.
Please, the Tribunal. Tēnā koe, Professor Smith. Can you hear me all right from over there?
Yes, kia ora.
Kia First, we'd just like to echo my colleague in thanking you for your report. We represent 3 claims, Y784, Ngāti Kōwhata claim, Y1482, a claim on behalf of Ngāti Wehiwehi, and Y2031, a claim on behalf of the descendants, by and on behalf of the descendants of Raukawa Tupuna, James Howard Wallace. I'll just be referring to your A198 report today, so that's all you need in front of you, and just have one line of questioning for you today. If you turn to page 52 with me. Are you there?
53?
52. Just on the left side, about halfway down the page, or well, just after it says Statement of Ngāti Raukawa, just in the first line it says, Ngāti Raukawa and affiliates like Kōwhata in Fielding, Tukorehe in Kuku, and Wehiwehi in Waikawa and Manukau descend from the Tainui Waka traditions and ancestral bases. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
Yep. And just turning over the page to page 54, it's just the title there. It says Raukawa Hapu, affiliated iwi to Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga in the inquiry region, so in brackets, affiliated iwi to Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga. And then in the list there below, it's included Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Kōwhata ki Aorangi Fielding, and later down the page, Ngāti Wehiwehi Marae Manukau is included there. You see that? Yeah. Just to clarify, so the reason you use terms like affiliates or affiliated iwi are used when I'm describing Ngāti Wehiwehi and Ngāti Kōwhata. Is it because it's because you recognize that Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Wehiwehi assert that they are iwi in their own right? Is that correct?
Correct.
If you just turn with me to the page, the map on page 14.
14?
Yes, please. Now, do you have a color version in front of you? I just realized that the line of questioning I'm going to ask isn't helpful without a colored version. Oh, it's on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, you're talking. Oh, yep, Kittiwake.
Yes, just on this map, which is entitled Porirua ki Manawatu Inquiry District with some waterways noted and associated local marae. And just in the legend of that map, we have Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga represented by the green whare. Do you see
Correct,
that?
yes.
And now, just on the map itself, we see that the marae of Aorangi and Kōwhata or Kaiui Pā are marked in green with the green whare. And similarly, Wehiwehi, a bit further down, is also marked in green. Do you see that?
Yes, correct.
So just in light of the passages I've taken to you two, would it be fair to say that what the green whare in the map actually represents are Ngāti Raukawa and affiliated groups? Would that be correct to say?
Yes.
Cool. And that's the same for and there are just further maps on pages pages 24 and 25. Yes, and you just accept that similarly there that refers to Ngāti Raukawa and affiliated
Ngāti
groups.
Raukawa. I think if you can see these as like what we called when we were doing these maps, we were kind of breaking up the larger region because you can see it's quite a huge area.
Yes.
And that we were breaking them up into kind of northern and southern regions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's a similar point being made there. That's all my questions, Professor Smith. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. Tēnā koe, Professor Smith. My name is Ms. Soriano. Firstly, thank you for your report and for your summary. I'm here on behalf of a number of claims, two with particular interest in topics I wish to ask you about today. Y757, which is on behalf of Ngāti Huia, and Wai2200, which is on behalf of Ngāti Kauwhata. Today I will be asking questions from your main report and then one question from your summary a bit later. Can I please take you to page 205 in chapter 6 about resource management and gravel extraction. Now there's a paragraph there where you, I think it's the last paragraph, talk about the powerful testimonies in this chapter decry the all-pervasiveness of the Crown's regulatory regime, which overtly supports the value of farming, industry and commercialism, and not the tikanga value system of Māori over their waterways, particularly those subjected to human wastewater treatment infrastructures and gravel extraction. I want to draw your particular attention to gravel extraction. So in this chapter, I think you have Te Wari Kākik's testimony on gravel extraction in the Otaki River. Is gravel extraction something of an issue across the inquiry district?
That's a good question. I'd say it is an issue across the whole inquiry region, but there may be differences in the way different councils might address gravel extraction. But if I also point you to the historical report, I know the team have collated much more on gravel extraction within that report as well.
Okay, kia ora. I might save my questions then for that. So moving on. Throughout your report, you have recorded hapu and iwi doing their best to assert their role as kaitiaki, but coming up against many difficulties, including and especially against local and regional government. For example, you have our client, Mr. Wayne Kiriona's experiences dealing with local government. Did any of your interviewees talk about there being positive engagement in this rohe?
That's a good question. Not to my recollection, mainly, because I think the questions that we were asking were more skewed to what were the difficulties, what were the losses, that was a, what were the experiences. However, it's not actually in the report, so maybe I'm talking out of turn by something that's been happening more recently, as those relationships that have been built up over time, but they may not be reported in this report.
Kia ora. So would you agree then that in the evidence that you've presented, there is an inherent power imbalance between tangata whenua and regional and local council when it comes to resourcing and engagement?
There is a major power imbalance, and then that can also be exacted or exacerbated further by iwi tensions. So often if someone has, it's a process of the claims process as well. So if you've claimed, you can actually kind of hold it, and it has happened, hold it against another tribe like Ngāti Raukawa, where we may not have an elevated position within Horizons Regional Council, for example, because we are asked not to present our work so prominently because we're on the rangatani whenua. So there's some kind of power imbalances get played out there. But I think the biggest thing that exacerbates a power imbalance is the lack of knowledge from the Crown perspective on what a Māori worldview or what a Māori environmental view deeply constitutes. So you often have people not understanding how that actually is. And there's a lot of work that people do to constantly inform and then re-inform local government or regional government about what that, what is the treaty relationship or what is the knowledge base. And so there's a lot of energy. I've been doing this for a few years now, and there's a lot of energy gets expended on literally treaty training, cultural competencies, and that really should really be the proviso of the organisation being a very knowledgeable treaty partner and actually understanding what iwi and hapu are talking about at a comprehensive level. So it's getting better, but it's not yeah, I will just say, I'm a positive person, I think. I am a positive person. Yeah. But I think I just want to I've been doing this work for 25 years, 23 years now, and the relationship from when we first started to where it is now is a lot different. The power relationship is a lot different. And there's been a lot of work done over time, but I really do put it back to the Crown agencies and the local regional governments to really know who they're dealing with.
Kia ora. So would it be really fair to say that to address this power imbalance, that the Crown also has to do all the learning itself to...
Absolutely. Because I think if we think very generally, this is just very generally, is that Māori had to do a lot of learning to be engaged with Pākehā worldviews, and I really, really do think in order to be deeply, let's say, what's the word, an integrated, well, not just integrated, but a deeply understanding view is that the Crown needs to do. There's a hell of a lot of homework that should be followed up on.
Yes, it's not good for the transcript to see just the Crown when I think you're talking about local and regional government.
Local and regional government, yeah.
Yes.
Kia ora.
So could you get the language right? Because she is referring to that.
Yeah.
Apologies, Your Honour, thank you. Moving on, I guess I'm going to just follow on from that. And we heard from your summary today, just earlier at paragraph 13, about more respectful and meaningful engagement with Māori authorities. In your expert view, should meaningful engagement and resourcing go beyond the baseline consultation and funding?
Just say the last little bit again, please.
So meaningful engagement, should that go beyond baseline consultation and funding?
Yeah, I think I answered that a little bit before.
Yes.
In what needs to be deepened within local and regional government.
Yes. So I just want to touch on, I guess, how would that look for where there's more than one local or regional body involved?
How would that look?
Yes, sort of real life examples, if you're able to point to any.
Okay, sorry if I'm getting this right. If I talk just from our own, so from a Ngāti Tū perspective, our relationship with Horizons Regional Council, for example, has been built up and enhanced over many years, and similarly with local council, Horowhenua District Council, so creating meaningful engagements whereby our people have led the way in regards to how district council should act with Ngāti Tū and also run a lot of cultural training. This is what I'm talking about. Yep, a lot of cultural training for HDC, and that's done with the aroha of our people, and it's also been a resourced relationship as well. If I talk about the relationships with enhanced meaningful engagement with Horizons Regional Council, we've done a lot of work over the years to do action-orientated research. So that means we are actively enhancing and returning natural integrity to waterways, wetlands, dune lake systems, etc. And we are expecting a strong relationship with Horizons Regional Council to assist us in that process. So that they are examples of, advocating for meaningful working relationships that our people of Ngāti Tū have led. And I feel very proud of that. I'm not saying that's the case everywhere, but in saying that as well, I know there's much more enhancement going on currently.
Thank you. I'll end that line of questioning there. I believe you've touched on this point about the impacts of loss of waterways and what that means for Māori in a spiritual sense with my learned friend Mr. Cornegay earlier. Would it be fair to say that this statement, that my reference is to chapter 4 at the top of page 156 in your report, if you need a prompt. It's It states, I believe it's a key point, so it's waterways and mataronga, and inability to pass on practice-based knowledges, and also a subsequent decline in te reo Māori and tikanga as a result of learning opportunities being limited and curtailed. So that's a key point that you've noted in this chapter. Would it be fair to say that this statement applies across the whole of the inquiry rohe?
I would definitely say that applies across the whole rohe. And in a positive note too, I would also say that this has been one of the key drivers for the passion and the action that have been led by different hapu across the region to overturn this damage done.
So
damage to te reo Māori, damage to tikanga, damage to transference of knowledge, and then making people accountable for that damage done, but doing an incredible amount of putting a incredible amount of energy into overturning that inability to do practice-based knowledge transference.
You're saying that it can be restored and it's in the process of restoration, I guess.
Yeah.
Kia ora. So, in your expert view, how long do you think it would take to restore something like this? I know the mahi is ongoing, but it's a lot to unpack, many years.
I mean, I know that you can turn the health of a stream system from a wetland to an estuary, you can turn its health around in 3 years, and you can return a revegetating forest around a wetland to a healthier state in 18 years. But this kind of work is this is till the day I pass, and to the day many of us become elders, we will not see the natural integrity that our grandparents, our great-grandparents or our great-grandparents enjoyed. And that we also have to deal with the vulnerabilities that are coming with other extremes, which is the climate change extremes. So it's a big task and it's a very difficult one.
Thank you. Ma'am, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Oh, well timed. I've just been given a note. You have 2 minutes left. Thank you. All right, that might be a good time to take the luncheon adjournment and be back here at 1:40.
Ma'am, can I raise an administrative matter before the lunch break?
Yes.
Excuse me. At 12:15, 3 council, Mr. Gilleen, Mrs. Burgess and Mr. Lewis and Mr. Tanahu filed a memorandum seeking an extension to the filing dates for tangata whenua witnesses for hearing week 3. I'd ask that you have a look at that if that's possible over the lunch break so we can deal with that.
I'm not going to look at it over the lunch break. I'm going to deal with it properly after I've had time to consider what those submissions have said.
In short, they're seeking a whole month extension to the filing of tangata whenua witnesses that are due on Tuesday next week.
All right. Well, as I said, I'm going to take time to consider it. Thanks. So be back here at 1:40, everybody. Thank you. And thank you, Professor Smith. We'll see you then.
Peel your way to a year of free fuel from Caltex and more. Peel, play and win at Macca's today.
It's YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a trial of Music Premium on us. Limited eligibility, restrictions apply. It's YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a trial of Music Premium on us. Limited eligibility, restrictions apply.
the train. Me and you listen to the rain. Me and you, we are the same. Me and you have all the fame we need. Indeed, you and me, are we?
We're making banking easier so you can keep on moving with ANZ.
Ms. Hall, I'm sorry, we're about to start. So could Mr. Burgess, please? Yes, Mr. McGee, thank you, noted. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Ma'am. Tēnā koe, Professor Smith.
Kia ora.
My name is Jerome Burgess, and we represent Ngāti Pikiahu Te Reo claimants and Ngāti Tukorehe claimants as well. So acknowledge your whakapapa and your kōrero early on. So firstly, I just want to cover some matters in regards to our Pikiahu and Te Reo claimants. If I can take you to page 54, my friend Mr. Chong alluded to this earlier. So just at the top of that table, Raukawa Hapu affiliated iwi to Ngāti Raukawa ki Tonga, Ngāti Pikiahu and Te Reo at the top there. Just wanted to perhaps clarify with you as to the extent, or in terms of the interviews, did Pikiahu and Te Reo engage in any sort of way, shape or form?
The invitation went out far and wide for people to come back, and if claimants didn't choose to, they maybe wanted to work more closely in a detailed way. That was not there was no notion of exclusion. It was really to get to put the invitation out to every hapu or iwi grouping, so that they could have a chance to have their voices heard.
And I do note there on page 55, top of the page, there was just some addition there from one of our claimants, Bruce Smith, on behalf of Pikiahu. So I guess there was some engagement there, but I do acknowledge as well that some of their kōrero in relation to the significance of their awa has been covered or is covered in other reports as well. So
Yes, it is covered in other reports. If you're talking specifically about Ngāti Pikiahu, so the Rangatike River? Yes, tika tēnā.
And just in terms of tributaries for Pikiahu, so they've got the Waituna, Waitawa, Matapuna, and Waitapu rivers, streams, if you like. So given that they didn't fully engage in this report, based on your interviews, discussions, and interactions with those that did in and around the area, is it fair to say that there were common themes in terms of the significance and the cultural customary practices that people in Hapu Iwi in the area?
Yes, I would agree. There were common themes coming forward. But if I could just add, in relation to where you're talking for the Te Reo Valley, I am personally aware of the region and the waterway, and through other research that we've done and other forms of engagement. So in this kind of research, there's always a contextual side to it as well, where you have an understanding of the place and space. But if I could just go to the page with the list of informants, just to remind myself, please, just one moment. That's on, hang on, mate. We have a lot of interrelationships, as you know, with Te Reo, with various whānau who are also tukorehe. So there's, and I think I made mention before about with the language learning and that kind of thing, there's lots of wānanga going on in different spaces. So you get to know people's place and understand how maybe that waterway is flowing through that rohe and what are the key considerations and issues. And so I think what I'm trying to say is, like, while they may not have been covered deeply in this report, they elected to maybe see themselves presented more fully elsewhere.
Yeah, ka pai. And if I can move now to an area which you would be a specialist on behalf of Ngāti Tūkorehe. So just to clarify there as well that significant waterways to them include the Kuku Stream, Waikokopu, Tikorangi, Oho River, and the Mangananao Stream. So you've painted a picture in those paragraphs, so starting at page 113 of the full report. And we've got a picture here of these aua that have provided for their people over time, number of years, and that the people have cared for. And I suppose just to pick up on the theme that Mr. Corneget was touching on in terms of the frustrations that were felt when the Māori of these aua turned. So it turned because of pollution, farming, land development. And just wanted to get your comment. I know you commented earlier in terms of your relationships with Horizons and local boards and councils. Is that, from a Tūkorehe perspective, was that something that they had to front foot, or was that a process that these local bodies and boards had approached them in terms of, we see the aua is looking not the best, what can we do as a board or as a local body?
That's a really good question. We, the way we went about developing our relationships came forward with the concerns expressed by kaumātua and the concerns expressed by our healers of Ngāti Tūkorehe. And that really became much louder in the 1990s. It may have even been, it was present before because we had aunties who also were dealing with what would have been the Manawatu Borough Council at the time for the Kuku Stream and the dairy factory, and what the Wellington Piggery Cooperative was doing as well to the awa, to the waterway. So there was concern, let's say from the 70s, because there were cases going on. But particularly it was the laments of the elders, our kaumātua and our healers, about not being able to source fresh water for spiritual or ritualised practice, and that was of grave concern to them. What I think, if I heard you correctly, I think you said front-footed it, Tūkorehe front-footed it, and we decided, I mean, I was privileged to go to some of those early hui with the elders and the kaumātua and the healers, and just hear their pain, and then think, well, I'm younger than I was. I wanted to kind of do something to help activate that kaitiakitanga with them. So I worked with another group of my cousins of similar age. We were in our 30s then. We're a little bit older now. But we worked closely with our people to front foot what needed to be done, and then council came on board when they saw what we'd done.
So the next step, I guess, Professor Smith, is what, in front-footing and taking the initiative in that direction, what sort of obstacles back then and even today, what are some of the obstacles that Ngāti Tūkorehe and others in the rohe might have faced or might be facing?
Your biggest obstacle, and I think even for Te Ruru whānau as well, is resourcing. I mean, people did this because they were passionate about it, not because they were paid to do it. So there was never any resourcing to assist in the process. If I'm just remembering rightly, it was quite complex at the time in the 1990s, the mid-1990s, when we had, marae committee members who were concerned about, the tuna and the inanga, and expressing their concerns at those kind of committees, and then the other meetings that were going on between people about what could be done. And that was really just the kind of beginnings of a strong group wrapping themselves around what was needed to be done for Tūkorehe's waterways. And that just became a stronger move as we progressed through getting jobs done. Sorry, I've probably just forgotten your question there for the moment.
obstacles?
Oh, obstacles, thanks. What were the obstacles? Okay, money.
Yeah,
lack of
resourcing.
money, resourcing, and I think I mentioned before, lack of knowledge. I do recall going to Hui at Regional Council with my uncle Henry Perenara, and people's eyes glaze over when you start talking about the Māori relationship with waterways. And you're reading the room and you know that these people actually don't care, they don't understand, and they're kind of like, oh, we'll just wait till this is over and then we'll continue to do what we're doing. And that was particularly around the Oho River before the One Plan. So this was the Oho, this was beds of lakes and rivers. And I was the poor bunny who had to read those reports because no one else would.
And you'd
Okay.
accept, maybe finally, Professor Smith, that there's a long journey ahead? I mean, it's still ongoing.
It's an enormous. Well, I think if you think today and what's happening, you've got a mainstream concern about freshwaterway decline in Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's not just a Māori issue; it's all of New Zealand issue. The things that need to be done is accelerated action as soon as possible. We actually don't have time to wait anymore. You can see a lot more happening with the Billion Trees project. You can see a lot more happening with Provincial Growth Fund. You can see a way more things, but I think personally, to get the action that needs to be done, it's long catchments, like maybe Porirua to New Plymouth and do the West Coast. Link up all your iwi and hapu groups along that and lead, and then have all your other entities come in to assist in those projects. These are massive, expensive projects. But we have to do something that's incredibly consolidated and incredibly deeply grounded in Te Ao Māori and Mātauranga Māori in order to get the change that we need to see happen. I'm a firm believer that we just have no time to waste.
And maybe just one final matter of statistical significance, and it's fine if you don't have it. What percentage, to your knowledge, of freshwater, or is there a freshwater in this rohe? Is it?
What is that? Say that again, sorry?
So the percentage of freshwater in terms of...
What is the percentage of fresh water within the
This
Porirua ki Manawatu
Aye.
rohe? I'm hoping that Mike Joy might be able to answer that in the historical report. Because off the top of my head, I haven't got it.
We'll leave that
Yeah.
for Mike
Yeah.
Joy and the others.
And the others, yeah. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi ki a koe e te rangatira. Thank you for your report and acknowledgements for your work in this regard. Ma'am, those are my questions. Kia ora.
Good, Mr. Bridges.
Tēnā koe mā. Anu te mihi ki a koe e te rangatira, Professor Uhana Smith. E me mā aku kai tono tino rawe, tino mihara tō repo atanei. Nō reira, ka nui te mihi anō. I did have a number of questions, but have been reduced as my fellow colleagues have been asking. So I just have a couple of matters of just some clarification. In relation to your full report, and any questions that I have will be in relation to your full report, not your summary. If you look at your report at page 55 to 57, you've expressed there that Rangitani's made a statement where they expressed mana over the Manawatu River. Given that Ngāti Raukawa and affiliate hapu have interest in the lower Manawatu River, that Poutu Marae of Ngāti Whakatire is adjacent to the Manawatu River, is it your evidence that only Ngāti Rangitani have mana over the Manawatu River?
Is it in my evidence that they have mana over...
That only Ngāti Rangitani have interests?
Well, for this report, we really only spoke to Ngāti Raukawa affiliated. We put the kōrero out there and we invited Rangatane to be engaged with us, but they chose not to, and that was fine. If I'm answering your question properly.
My question is it your evidence that only Rangitani have interest in the Manawatu River?
No, that's not our evidence, no. Kia ora, sorry.
Thank you. If we look at table 1 on page 15 of your full report, illustrates waterways and values held in relation to those waterways, correct?
Say that again, sorry.
Table 1 on page 15 illustrates
Yes.
waterways and values.
Yes.
Some wetlands are mentioned in that table and some surviving dune lakes, but very few dune streams, punawai and smaller dune lakes have been recorded or assigned values in this table that you've got in your report. Would it be correct to say that that is because of drainage or flood control, lack of access, or lack of mātauranga?
Well, I would say that. I think we made a point in the report as well, and as part of the methodology, that even though there may not be a value placed next to it, does not mean that a value does not exist. Okay. But what we did find is that you are talking about the significance and the impact of drainage, because when you're talking, and in our report as well, when you're talking to people about areas, the water's not there anymore. And I think if you look at many of the maps that we had done as well, they show the intricacy and the extent of complex drainage systems. So I think if you look at some of those big maps, it's often the straight lines. Look at the straight lines and see how many straight lines there are to drain that rohe. So while the place exists, it's interesting. Water is an interesting, it's interesting as well because there's a memory of water within whenua. And even though the water may not be there, if you had an opportunity to add the water again, it would recover its memory. And so if those drains were blocked or you enabled the water to rise again, those areas would return. And we know that from experience around the Tahakiri Dune Wetland Restoration Project, when we wet an area of the farm and it regenerated back into a wetland system.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just make sure I understand that you're looking at the table on page 15?
Yep. Page 15, correct.
Yes. So are you explicitly referring in your answer, Professor Smith, to those water bodies that have no value attached to them? Is that what?
I think I'm talking generally. To be honest, I'm talking generally. The dune lake systems, Kokapu dune lakes, Turakina River is further upstream. If you kind of follow this from Rangatike moving south, yes, no value written there means that there is no value. But what I'm referring to is generally about wetlands, and if they're not present here as a value, they may be still present in whenua, but they're just in a completely modified state. Does that make sense? Sorry. I would just, if I could, just for your benefit, I could find out more about that and get that to you so you understand that more clearly. That'd be helpful.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah,
Thank you for that. If we look at your table 1 on page 15, then we look at your maps on page 24 and 25 of your full report that show historic waterways have disappeared or reduced in size. How have those changes impacted upon the people of this region?
I'm sorry, I was just writing a note. Do you mind, would you just repeat that, please?
If we look at your table 1 on your page 15, and then
Yes.
we look at your maps that you've got on your pages 24 and 25
Yes.
that show historic waterways that have disappeared or reduced
Yes.
in size.
Yes.
How have those changes impacted on the people of this area?
Well, they've impacted. If we're looking at figure 2, if I'm hearing you correctly, if we look at the Motoa or the Makarua swamps, they are greatly reduced in size.
Correct.
They're also stop banked. If I think about the Tokumaru River as well, in that area, it's completely engineered.
Yes, so the question is, what do you think the impacts would have been on the Māori in this particular
Well,
region?
for example, in the Tokumaru particularly, it being a highly engineered stop banked river, what you don't get at the Opiki, there was a confluence of the Opiki coming into the Tokumaru River, and that confluence was where the swells of Inanga used to be.
Yes.
And then from where, and so you've got spawning grounds, you've got a whole range of things. So in the cultural memory of people of that rohe, they remembered how abundant it was, and then that pours into the Manawatu, the Tokomaru pours into the Manawatu. So people at Potu Marae, for example, would be gathering whitebait in buckets at that point. So that no longer happens because you've got a significantly modified, engineered river system, which is no longer, it's really been reduced, a river reduced to a drain. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's a big impact. Sorry, my point there, there's a big impact on people.
And whitebait's not the only one either.
Well, it's a big impact on the whole range of things that engaging with natural integrity does to the human condition. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel better, and you know that you're going to be sustaining yourself. When you can't do that anymore, or it's become a significantly difficult, if you can't do it anymore and you can't do it safely because what you might ingest will harm you or your children, that is a major pain for people. And that was reflected in a lot of the kōrero.
Thank you. Just my last question. On page 102 of your full report, you refer to the wetland restoration project of Ngāti Takiuku Ngarongo and Hinimata.
Right.
On the Koputuroa stream. Are there any other hapu who are undertaking these types of restoration projects within this region?
Yes.
And what does the Crown do to support them?
There are many iwi and hapu groups doing major restoration projects for their waterways currently. And the last part of your question was?
And what does the Crown do to support them in doing that?
I'm sorry?
What does the Crown do to support them in doing that?
If you're talking Crown, are you talking local, regional government? Yeah, okay. If we talk Crown level, so Ministry for the Environment or the more ministry levels, there's been changes in the way people are affecting statements for water, so increasing the protection mechanisms. So we just need to increase more at a Crown level. But if you're talking local government and regional council, I think the Manawatu River is a really good example of the collective, collaborative approach to iwi and hapu helping lead with local and regional councils on how to affect change for the Manawatu River, and that's been successful. It's got a long way to go, but that's been a successful collaborative project, so that's a positive. But I think I mentioned earlier that a lot of the work that we started in the 1990s, it was led by iwi and hapu, so exercises of tēnā rangatiratanga, and then when council kind of saw that, oh, you've actually started restoring that wetland, that's really cool, now we'll come and help you, because they could see that we actually knew, they could see that we knew what we were doing, but to be totally honest, we didn't really know what we were doing, because it's very, very hard to grow a forest back. When you've felled something, it's extremely hard to grow it back. So we were learning, and that we were also bringing in other specialists to help us on that journey of revitalisation. So that's when it starts becoming much more of a collective operation of how we pull other entities in to the authority that's been exercised by iwi and hapu.
But essentially, iwi and hapu were the ones who instigated that.
We instigated,
type of process.
yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't have happened.
Thank you. I just have something that my client, Mrs. Taylor, has just raised, that he's noticed that there's some mistakes and typos in your report. Would it be okay if he works with you and
Please.
to file some amendments to those?
Our apologies, yes. Yeah, our apologies.
Ma'am, would you leave? Would it be possible for Mr. Taylor to do that?
Oh, so long as Professor Smith endorses those changes.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are the ends of my questions.
Ms Jemison.
Ma'am, with your leave, I'd like to remain seated while I ask my questions.
Yes, that's fine. You
Thank
don't
you,
need
ma'am.
to seek leave, but thank you anyway.
Tēnā koe, Professor.
Kia ora.
My name is Heather Jamison, and I'm one of the lawyers for Wai2200, which is a claim by Heitia Rauriti on behalf of Ngāti Kapu. And they're also known as Ngāti Kapu Manawawhiti, which, as you note on page 54 of your report, is a hapu of Ngāti Raukawa. I just have a few questions for you relating to the Waitohu stream, which is one of the inland waterways of significance for Ngāti Kapu. Now, I'm referring to pages 10 to 11 of your main report here, where you make some introductory comments. But just to confirm, you and your team interviewed the claimant community, which included iwi and hapu representatives, in order to gather nationwide voices about the cultural significance of the Waitohu stream, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
And I just want to check, you're aware that A197, which is the Inland Waterways Historical Report, talks about some of the pollution and degradation that has taken place in and around the Waitohu stream?
Yes.
And that includes, among other things, excessive nitrogen levels, extraction of gravel, the prevalence of E. coli and the discharge of wastewater. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
Would you agree that the pollution and degradation of the Waitohu stream would have caused and continues to cause pain and frustration for the claimants?
Absolutely, yes.
And finally, if I could just take you to page 22, where you list some of the cultural values of the Waitohu stream. And that list includes, among other things, ara waka, kauhoi waka, koukou, mahinga kai, ngā mahi pārekareka, and so on. In your view, what effect does pollution and degradation have on the cultural value of the Waitohu stream?
The impact on the cultural value of the Waitohu stream is brought about by extensive pollution, mainly from agricultural runoff, which impacts on the impacts on the ability to safely gather food if there is from that area, and particularly the Waitohu where the estuary comes out. So the lovely things about freshwater is that you need freshwater recharge for having shellfish species, so it needs to be of good quality to ensure that you have the renowned delicacies, like whether it be tohimanga or tohiroa. And what we've found on this coastline is that we're reduced to very few areas where you can safely get healthy tohiroa, tohimanga. So that's an impact, a cultural impact of the inability to recreate and transfer knowledge and engage in fishing practices, which are also seasonally related, understanding maramataka. So it's all about loss of mātauranga. And the Waitohu in particular is such a beautiful estuary, but it's also, the impacts is also recreation in the dunes as well. Like if people are doing inappropriate recreation, like driving $45,000 vehicles in a salty environment, and I say that glibly because I find it such a stupid practice, is that four-wheel drives, trail biking, anything that impacts on the terrestrial, even the dunes, has an impact on the water as well. So we know this from doing the work for the Manaakitanga Moana project, where we did shellfish assessments, because we wanted to know if you can't, for example, can't eat from the Waiwiri stream, the shellfish at the mouth or south of the mouth, then where else can't you eat? And we know that in 13 sites, including the Waitohu, you can't eat shellfish after light rain because of the E. coli levels have severed the relationship and the cultural relationship between the shellfish and the human. That's not, it's just basically what that means is you can't eat it. The shellfish itself might be okay and getting kind of fat and plump on effluent, but just you can't engage with it as a cultural resource.
Ka pai. Thank you, Professor, for your report and for Kāro today. Both been very helpful. Thank you, ma'am. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lambert.
Tēnā koe, can you hear me?
Kia ora, I can.
I thought I was a couple away, but that's fine. Tēnā koe ko Newton Lambert taku ingoa. I'm a lawyer at Wk Whittington Davies. Today we represent Wai2200. That's a claim by John Rewiti and Tamaho Road on behalf of Ngāti Waiwai, and Wai1619 claimed by John Rewiti on behalf of himself and Ngāti Parewahawa. Ōreira, tēnei te piki kia koe te rangatira.
Kia ora.
Okay, so a lot of my questions have actually been covered, a lot of the general themes that I wanted to touch on, but if I could get you to turn to your main report, page 76, please.
76.
Yes.
Yep.
So there you have some bullet points. And is it fair to say that those bullet points are a summary of what recorded of the interviewees?
Yeah, they're the key points, yes.
Yeah. Is it also fair to say that this is sort of in your own words? You summarise it in your own words?
If I summarise these points in my own words, I believe so, I think. I'm trying to remember.
Not quite. I just wanted to look at the second bullet point there, waterways and use mediated by kaitiaki roles and responsibilities. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to touch on that. So when you say mediated by kaitiaki roles, what do you actually mean? Do you mean that the kaitiaki would be mediating between Crown governance structures and Māori, or perhaps you could maybe expound on what you actually mean there?
What I'm meaning in this point is that mediated by kaitiaki roles is extensively mediated by Māori, or people who have interest and passion and opportunity to provide care and protection to the natural environment, and the roles that you need to take on if you're going to take on a kaitiaki role. So you're taking on a care, protection and enhancement role, and there are responsibilities that come with that, and I think those responsibilities are often mediated by kaumātua and cultural approval and the ability to hui with people and to get a sense of who can be mandated to take on those roles. So I make the point that it's often easy to say that we are kaitiaki as Māori, but I'm just going to say it, not all Māori are kaitiaki. With love, and I say that with great love and respect, because these are people, waterways and use mediated by kaitiaki roles and responsibilities are people who are dedicated to care and protection, and so that everything that they do is about ensuring the mutual well-being of the physical resource and then also the spiritual gain that comes from that. The propitiation of the use of karakia, understanding cosmological information or maramataka Māori, or, you're relying on people who actually either have this information or they're enhancing this information within themselves, and that they take this role and responsibility really seriously. So it's not an easy arena to be engaged in. Yeah.
And you would also agree that some Māori are perhaps thrust or chosen for those kaitiaki roles, which means that the mātauranga Māori is passed down to them as well. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. But I just want to add that it comes with responsibility. I suppose it's similar to the adept who's the whakapapa, the holder of whakapapa. You don't want to get whakapapa wrong. So I see the similar kind of thing in a role of a kaitiaki, is that you're wanting to exercise care and protection within a Māori worldview so that we can overturn the difficulties that maybe we're seeing ourselves in now. Yeah, so the role and responsibility of a kaitiaki today is actually really, really complex and difficult.
Yes. Because another theme in your report too is the loss of mātauranga Māori for kaitiakitanga. Would a reason for that also be due to the fact that with the pollution of the waterways and the degradation of the environment, that Māori are unable to put those actual knowledge into practice?
Correct. It becomes extremely difficult. It becomes extremely difficult to maintain a strong care and protection role, and one that is propitiated by karakia or spiritual knowledge or understanding relationships around taniwha or whatever, and often these are kaumātua informed and intergenerationally informed knowledge systems. It does become incredibly difficult when the resource is no longer within whenua, or the waterway is no longer healthy, that becomes really difficult. So hence the kind of contemporary role of a kaitiaki is to do an incredible amount of fixing the damage. So there's a lot of revitalisation, a lot of restoration. Actually, I should say revitalisation rather than restoration, because we're not going to restore anything to what my grandparents or my great-grandparents or even my mother might have experienced, because it's so gravely modified. But that within the knowledge of kaumātua and within the knowledge of language revitalisation, within the knowledge that's been revitalised by different Māori scholars, I think about the work of Dr. Rangimata Moore and what he's doing and he's not from us, but anyway, he did grow up in Levin. But I do really take consideration that's an incredible amount of revitalisation work going on in order to restore some kind of sense of balance and for kaitiaki in their roles and responsibilities.
Kia ora for your answer. You've actually started ticking off a lot of my questions just with that one answer. I do have a couple of final questions. Sorry, I've just got a lot of scribbles on this page now.
Sorry.
Oh, yes. So you spoke earlier to my colleagues about some of the obstacles that we're faced, and you mentioned resourcing is probably the number one. And yes, and other issues. Would you regard also access as one of the major issues, whether it's alienated or within private ownership or anything like that?
Access is a huge obstacle, and thank you for raising that. That was I omitted to say that access has been one of the biggest issues. And I think of many examples, koputara, which will be spoken about at length by others who are within our rohe, who are kaitiaki of that region. They will speak in depth about the impacts of landlocking and inability to access. Others talk about tangimate and the systems of porotawhao and koputaroa. And there's major issues of destruction and reduction and drainage, and they are significant obstacles. In many senses, if I could just say that it would be amazing if you could return tangimate to what it was. That would be incredible. There are also some really intricate waterway systems within Tūkorehe country as well. If we could have protection around the Mangananao, the Tikarangi Springs, where there's this confluence of incredible waterways, because the water quality was so pure in times and the water was so clear, that was the means of people. The watercress was so sweet. But that system in itself, right in the centre of Kuku, has undergone immense impacts, which is an obstacle to ensuring that maybe future generations may be able to catch a fish in their hands, or have the best watercress in the country, or be able to catch tuna there, because you can't do that well now. That's only taken 20 years. To not do that anymore.
That's not long. I've just got one proposition to put to you, final proposition, and it sort of branches off those obstacles that you've just been speaking about. So, is it fair to say that despite all those obstacles that Māori have faced, that in their point of view, they would still consider that they would not consider that their kaitiaki role has been extinguished in any way? So whether they have ownership of a particular area of land or not, that doesn't diminish the emphasis they put on their kaitiaki role, does it?
Yeah, I don't think anything is changing in the sense of, well, the role and responsibility of a contemporary kaitiaki is to do a lot of damage fixing. So it's a lot of sorting.
So the mahi's kind of just changed. So back the ancestors were more preserving the environment, whereas now it's more fixing the damage.
Well, I would agree. Our kaitiaki of times before would have been looking after our waterways because we ate out of them. So you didn't put the contents of your privy in the stream because you ate out of it. And so human effluent was tipped out into stream systems, and this happened with changes in land tenure, so and different respect for water, but for our people, I'm sorry, I'm missing your question now. I'm sorry, I'm going off a bit on a tangent. Sorry, my apologies.
It was more me trying to summarise what you were saying. I was just saying that, in summary, the claimant's ancestors would be more the preserving of the environment.
Totally. Yep. My apologies. Yeah.
Evolved into more trying to fix the damage.
Yeah.
Would that be fair?
Yes. I would say that in the time of even my mother's generation, or even my auntie's generation, my grandmother's generation, my great-grandparents, they were preservers of what fed them, and they looked after what fed them. And even some of the people in my research team, their fathers were the keeper of the tuna in the stream systems, for the use at the marae. So all these different systems and knowledges and understandings that come from food gatherers is a really important form of kaitiakitanga, where you are the keeper of the resource and you are the carer and protector of the resource, and that you would completely remiss if you let anything happen to that. But what becomes more difficult for a contemporary kaitiaki is that we have been suffering the impacts of competing interests over resources and complex, convoluted, difficult situations created around water, because perhaps maybe systems have only looked at the economic benefit or the productive benefit, but it's actually damaged the system that actually should keep the economy functioning well. So, I feel quite strongly about that.
Okay. Those are all my questions. I just want to give you a big mihi. Tēnei te mihi kia koe, Professor Smith. Thank you for your answers.
Tēnā koe.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Watson.
Tēnā koe, Professor. Just very briefly, because your full answers today have covered off my points. I want to thank you on behalf of my clients, Ngāti Mai Otaki, Ngāti Pare, Ngāti Kuia, Ki Katiku, and other hapu in the Otaki area for your research. I just want to also acknowledge your mahi as an advocate for fresh water and for the environment out there in your rohe. I really felt the ihi in your voice when you presented your summary this morning. It seemed to me that there's a real personal toll, that you feel the responsibility deeply and personally in terms of the mahi that you're doing. And I wanted to just touch on that and walk into it a little bit and ask you to consider that actually that deep connection you have, that you bring also to your scientific analysis, I think enhances your scholarship. It in no way detracts from it. Would you agree?
Thanks, Leo. Kia ora. Yes. Yes, I agree.
It's an example where it seems a meeting of two systems of mātauranga can produce really tangible outcomes. In other words, you seem to bring to the table a scientific pedagogy, but a deep personal connection and an understanding of mātauranga Māori. Do you feel that that type of joining of two mātauranga streams is of benefit to your work?
It's integral to what we do, but I think I want to preface that we are very mindful about protecting the mātauranga Māori aspect of it as well, so nothing gets misaligned or misconstrued. We do work very closely with a range of specialists from different understandings, whether it be climate change science right through to geomorphology. and everyone comes into the basket, the kete, they come into the Māori kete, or they come into the Māori cultural context. So that expands their understanding and knowledge of iwi and hapu. So yeah, I'm just thinking about the way we do our research, is that it's all about exercising tino rangatiratanga and being able to express ourselves from a hapu perspective first and foremost, and then our manuwhiri, literally our science fraternity, comes through our marae. They come through the front gate of our marae at the behest of our kaumātua, and that's our system, and that they come in and bring their knowledge to marry with our knowledge, or interface respectfully with our knowledge, I should say, interface respectfully, in order to maintain integrity. And that coming together, or that interface, is the strength that we need to make the changes that need to be made. Because it's now so complex and so difficult and so damaged, you need hyper-collaborative groups and teams of people who can work together and come together respectfully, whakahōtahitanga, come together respectfully on Māori land and help heal. Because then everyone will benefit in the long term if we do that.
I think to be accurate in terms of the record too, Mr Watson and Professor Smith, you're not claiming to be an expert in Tauranga Māori. Your skill is bringing that knowledge from the people with that
Kia ora.
knowledge.
Thank you so very much for saying that. And I just want to, I should say that I'm not a Tauranga Māori expert, but I certainly work with people who are. I think if you heard the little crack in my voice earlier, it's because we lost our Papa Sean last year.
Yes, no, thank you, Your Honour. You've brought a methodology to the table which I want to suggest to you produces really positive, tangible outcomes. And without putting a negative spin on it, I suggest to you that part of your career has been finding that that type of methodology has not been present for the most part within Crown agencies and local government structures, and you've struggled, haven't you, to bring that to the fore?
It's been hard work, yes. It was struggled in the sense that it's hard work doing this kind of work, because it takes a lot of energy and time and space to bring the right people together. But I think that expression of whakakotahitanga, so making sure that the Mātauranga Māori side is truly grounded in place, and that knowledge is well looked after by those knowledge experts, and that combined with a range of other sciences around water in particular, and climate change, because that's going to mean a lot more water for the West Coast, so in Aotearoa. So yeah, it's just a combination of being able to pull complex groups of, well, let's say, pull disparate groups of people together who do not normally work with iwi and hapu is hard work. But I think when you keep working, and this is with my team, our research team, when we've been working on this method for some years now, we feel like we've kind of perfected something that actually helps accelerate change on the ground.
Kia ora. And my final topic, picking up on this sense of obstacles that some of the lawyers have put to you, and you've mentioned a number of them. I don't know if you were in the room when I asked Dr. Wood this matter, but it seems to me that there is a fundamental obstacle which relates to the legislative scheme, whereby there is a lack of decision-making authority that resides within the kaitiaki, that resides within the hapu and iwi, being allowed to express itself, so that when there are competing interests, it's often in a balancing way someone else who's ultimately making the decision. Do you regard that type of legislative constraint as an obstacle in your assessment?
Yeah, thanks, Leo. Yes, I do. I do think it is a constraint, because I think even in my own PhD I was critiquing the RMA and the current, the then Historic Places Trust Act as two acts that didn't really speak to each other, or they kind of talk past each other. So yes, I'm aware of the impact that legislation has had.
And what comment would you care to make about what improvement could be made in that regard? Do you have a sense from the people that you've gathered recorded all from and your own work in this area as to what might make a difference, particularly in relation to the type of legislative schemes that you are working within?
I don't know whether I'm not sure I can answer that at the moment, my friend.
Would you see it worthwhile having an opportunity to think about it and respond? It seems to me that you are well positioned to provide some very germane guidance as to that type of obstacle and what might be needed to effect an improvement in the Northern.
Yeah, I think, yeah, give me some time to think about that. I think that would be a good idea. So it's not coming out of my head at the moment. Thanks. Kia ora.
Thank you for your answers. Tēnā.
Mr. McGee.
Kia ora, Professor Smith. I represent Mrs. Margaret Morgan Allen.
Kia ora.
She's got a claim before the tribunal Wai2200. And I see from your report and your collation of the sources that your interviewer spoke with Mrs. Morgan Allen back in March 2016. She spoke about the rohe of her tupuna, Waiwiri Stream, Waiwiri Lake, now known as Papai Tonga, and various lagoons and swamps right across the Hokio Stream. You know that area?
I do know that area, yes.
She said our people were food gatherers. They got watercress, birds' eggs, shoots from the swamp plants, inanga, freshwater crayfish, shellfish, swamp birds such as weka, pukeko, heron, seabirds, duck, berries, and snaring kararu. I think she listed what her hapu used to collect to contrast with the situation now. She talks a bit further on about the impact of local government on the waterways, the drainage of swamps. I think in your main report you talk about the state of the Waiwiri Stream now. Is local government doing anything about that?
Yes, they are doing something about that now. More so, if I think from about 2012, they started turning attention to the Waiwiri Stream because of the impact of water abstraction on Lake Waiwiri, Papai Tonga. The general impact, like whenever you're talking about a water body, you're talking, there's a whole series of like cascading issues that run right around a water body. So it's not just the stream.
You've got the stream,
yeah, it's from the lake to the sea. Yeah. So there's a whole series of issues that circulate around that. So council were mindful, very mindful, and I think you also need to contextualise this in regards to the last decade of what freshwater decline has done to the general populace of Aotearoa New Zealand. I mean, it's quite mainstream now to be really concerned about freshwater, whereas the time we were doing it in 2010, 12, or even preceding that time, it wasn't kind of considered a major issue.
So it has become an issue for them since 2012?
It has definitely an issue for local and regional council now. So yeah, definitely.
The results you have in your report at page 133, where you say there's a longitudinal decline from the lake out to the sea. Is this still the case?
Yes. Yes, it's still, the Waiwiri Stream's in really poor shape. But what's been happening since just not only this work, but even preceding this work, I mean, I think about kaitiaki like Rob Kuiti, I think about Terry Tangata-Tai, a young scholar from Massey University, I think about the Roiara whānau from Kikopiri, I think about the people from that area who've all had concerns about the Waiwiri Stream and the work that they've done to try and improve certain areas, but I think it was probably our report that really helped escalate it a bit more because we really had to prove to the farming fraternity that there was a massive issue having water quality of such poor quality running through an area that was regarded as a scenic natural beauty, and then its outlet stream to sea was of the worst quality it could possibly be.
Has anything been achieved as far as runoff from the farms?
There's
is
been
concerned?
riparian planting. There's been quite a lot of riparian planting along the Waiwiri stream. The Department of Conservation purchased areas around the lake from the farming whānau, and were able to kind of restore that back to wetland. Because when we were doing the report, and we used a methodology, and I just want to take you through this, we used a methodology called hikoi, where we would walk and talk the whenua. So every waterway that we were going to be doing something about, we had to see it. We had to smell it, we had to look at it, we had to understand, we had to see what it felt like, and then that was the way that then we would bring the right experts together to ensure that something like the Waiwiri stream could be turned around. Because what you don't want to happen with small stream systems like that they collapse, because if they collapse, they don't come back. The Waiwiri stream has considerable impacts from wetland drainage, water, nitrate and effluent pollution. It's got the Levin wastewater treatment, known locally as the pot.
Is there any outflow from the pot into the stream?
Yes, there is. There is, and we tested all of those.
So there's effluent going into there from the pot?
It's not human effluent is the major. Human effluent is not the major culprit. It's cattle effluent. So this was a report done in 2011, 2012. So we're nearly 8 years in. So things have changed a bit. But I'd love to go back for another walk and see how it's looking and feeling now. But what you have to do is just make sure that the whole thing, I do believe it has been fenced off, but I haven't actually been back to have a closer look. But I know that our team, when we were dealing with the Waiwiri stream from the source of the lake to sea, there are multiple different landowners, and some would let you go to their river and some would not.
When were you actually there?
I was last there probably 2014. 2015, maybe?
5-6 years ago. So there might have been some changes since then.
I am aware there are changes, but I also am aware that maybe we haven't completely, I'm not sure whether the whānau have completely fenced off where the Waiwiri stream comes out at sea, because that is a natural remnant of existing dune system that should have been protected a long time ago, because it gets used by people to graze their cows. And oftentimes they use it without any recourse to the owners. So I'm understanding of that. But I think if I could just from this lake to sea, the Waiwiri was renowned for its food source, for its tuna and its tuna runs. They are not the case today. You cannot eat the shellfish at the mouth in any condition. Maybe it has improved a little bit in 5 years, but I think if I can just explain why I'm not down there anymore is that I got a job in Wellington. So I got taken out of Kuku and I'm kind of moved between Wellington and Kuku now. So that was 4.5 years ago. So that's probably why I haven't been back out to the Waiwiri.
You quote from a number of reports on page 133.
Yes.
Are those reports available on the internet?
They are certainly available on internet, but what I would do, I think they have been, I think the website's down. Maybe it's a 10-year domain name, Manakitaha Moana, so I think it's down. But I could definitely make them available for everybody who is of interest. Yeah.
That would be great, because they're really relevant to our area of interest.
Yeah.
You talk about the depletion of shellfish on the beach. I think on page 134 you mentioned heavy metals. How could heavy metals get into the environment there?
It's fuel, it's PCBs, it's the chemicals we use in farms.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's runoff from farms. You also, I think somewhere mentioned there's the beach has become a road, and that's no good.
Maybe that was something in local government way back when the beach was considered a routeway, and I don't think it's changed. It's a historical hangover.
So there are no restrictions on driving.
No, unfortunately.
Just had a couple of questions about maps. On page 27, I think you've got a map of significant waterways in the southern region, and it shows a large swamp immediately to the west of Lake Papaitonga.
Sorry, what page again, sorry?
I think it's page 27 in the major report.
Is that the map or
Yeah, the map.
in the report? I'm on page 27, that's a table. Sorry.
Oh, I must have the wrong page, sorry. It was the map in the southern region, the significant waterways.
25?
25 maybe, yes.
Uh-huh.
It's just that swamp to the west of Papaitonga. Has that been drained now?
There's, so we're talking Lake Waiwere, Papaitonga, Lake Waiwere, and we're talking the water bodies. There's Waitaha. There's a series of little lakes that really only come up in floods. Your question, sorry?
Lake Papaitonga.
Right.
I think you have a swamp to the immediate west of it, a rather large swamp, as big as the lake itself. But
Is it called Waitaha?
This is touching the lake.
Which one are you referring to? There's...
Page 25.
Oh, yes, yep. And you're talking north or south of the Waiwere?
West.
West, go west.
Towards the sea.
The Reporu, show me there.
That light blue area just to the west of the lake. That's all been drained now, I suppose.
That's what we call the historic waterways.
All right.
So if you think about that, and I think it's important for the team to note that the historic waterways are mapping water where it lay in 1840. So it's not there today. So I think wherever you see the extent of that light blue, or that kind of bright blue really, is indicative of that's where water was. And that's no longer the case now. And I think it's worthwhile looking at some of the maps that are in the Wai2200, the map book, shows you some detail with the extent of the drainage systems. And I talked about that briefly before. The drainage, every straight line has stopped that water from being within Whenua.
So that region is quite different now to what it was in 1840.
Totally different. Yeah. Which is, I think that's waterways, so you can see the blue is waterways, but all that predicted historic wetlands, all that pale blue, so every time you see that colour, that's where wetlands were. So this is a wet foot lowland forest, and it's wet foot, so there's constant water. Yes. And that's what we don't have anymore, is that it's all been drained.
We have a lot of farms now.
It's all farm, mostly.
Just one more issue. I think Mrs. Morgan Allen said in her interview she had donated $750 to DOC to help replanting around Papaitonga Lake. It seems odd that Tangata Whenua are donating to the Crown to help restore the lake. What's DOC doing?
DOC's actually, to be honest, DOC's actually doing a lot at the moment.
All right.
Yeah, no, if I could... DOC are doing a lot. I talked about before they purchased quite a section of, this map doesn't help you at all with any kind of detail, but they purchased, where you can see that historic waterways, like on the west side of the lake, they've purchased a lot of that, they've purchased land around the lake on that western side, and they have been revitalising that with appropriate planting on an intensive level. So when you restore a wetland, you raise the water levels again, and then often what happens with wetlands, when they recover their memory, all the microscopic seeds of the reeds and the sedges and the grasses are all in the soil, and you just add water and they all come back.
So that's being assisted by
That's been affected, and they've also returned incredible stands of harakeke, so literally splitting harakeke that exists around the lake. So Margaret Morgan, with respect to our queer, she put forward some of her own personal money to help make sure that her legacy was remembered by helping assist. So, I mean, a lot of us have done that. but the extent of revitalisation of that area requires considerable finance, even though DOC are helping enormously. Yeah.
It's an example of kaitiakitanga today.
There's a lot of Māori actively exercising kaitiakitanga in that rohe today, and then also the adoption of that term from the Crown entity are also actively, and I think that's the thing that maybe what Leo was alluding to before with the notion of major collaborative projects of major experts coming together. We need as many positive people doing as many positive projects as possible to make change to the damage I've talked about before.
Well, thank you for your report, Professor. Okay. Those are my questions.
We have about 10 minutes before the afternoon adjournment. Are you doing the questioning, Mr. Stevens?
I am, Your Honour, yes. Tēnā koe, Professor Smith.
Kia ora.
Ko Tim Stevens tōku ingoa.
Kia ora, Tim.
And I appear for the Crown. My questions, my first set of questions, the context for them is at paragraph 11 of your summary report, and it's under the heading Maintaining Resilience to Transform. And you conclude that paragraph by saying, therefore, collated kōrero a hapu as stories of contemporary reality must be the basis of transformative change via shared visions based on Māori knowledge of place with planned implementable actions. With respectful co-intelligence and co-management strategies that are led by Māori, such convergences should ensure the regenerative health and well-being of their communities. In questions from my learned friends, you were asked whether there were any positive stories out of the interviews that you had with tangata whenua, and I think you struggled to think of any. I thought I found one actually, which is an interview with Te Kenehi Teira, who I acknowledge is
correct,
sitting in the tribunal today. And that's at page 100 of your main report.
Yes.
So if we could turn to that page. He anchored his interview, you relay, with the meaning behind Te Ruru Marae, and he focused his dialogue on Koputuroro Stream, which is the main mahinga kai for the marae and local hapu. And he explains the damage that has been caused to the stream, but also the work that has been done by local hapu in connection with the Crown.
Yep.
And he talks about a covenant agreement in the early 1980s, and he explains also, this is at page 102, and he also explains a channel committee to clean up the Foxton Louvre. So is that, my question is, after that background, my question is that is the covenant agreement and the establishment of that committee, is that the type of pragmatic thing that you are talking about when you talk about how to transform?
Yes, it's one of the aspects that that we need to help transform. Through the kawanata process, and the covenanting, because I'm very aware of what Te Kenehi and the whānau have been doing, because their wetland project kind of slightly preceded our wetland project, and so we were doing the Te Hakere wetland project from 1996, and these guys probably started around 1994, if I remember correctly. So there are processes that have come out of the kawanata process or the Crown process to help iwi and hapu. So yes, I acknowledge that. And in particular, there is Ngā Whenua Rāhui kawanata, which is what we've used for our wetland in the Kuku coastline. So the Mātauranga Kura Taiao Fund and the kawanata process. So that is through the Department of Conservation and the Conservation Act to actively protect. But the difference in those kawanata is that they have, over the years, like in the last 25 years, for example, because they've been very successful, is that they really pushed hard on the Mātauranga Māori aspect. So that was the positive kind of re-edification of Māori knowledge systems in relationship to Te Taihao, and that kawanata could really help revitalise all those aspects of what iwi and hapu wanted to see on the ground and be resourced and supported to do so. So they are examples of positive projects.
Are there, in terms of lessons from those examples, are there things that could have been done differently or should be done differently with other projects going forward?
I think if I was to say, like, as far as transforming is concerned, I think we have to move a lot faster. That's one of my thoughts. I think the more resourcing to actually help mend many of the things that we've talked about today. I mean, the hapu of Kereru Marae and Kopitoroa worked really hard to get that happening, to stop the damage done to that amazing wetland system that they had. But what I'm also talking about as well, and I think if I just can explain this a little further, is that we're dealing with remnants. We're dealing with what's left. So what we need to do is expand. So it probably means taking over some farmland again. So I'm talking, because if we just talk about Kopitoroa or even Porotawhao, that whole region, that was a wet foot, kahikatea, swamp maere forest, like magnificent lowland forest, and it was felled to make way. So that's the historic kind of pain that the informants talk about, like, because it's intergenerational. They remember their grannies and their great-grandparents and their kaumātua and the stories that they've had about loss. So that's what prefaces a lot of their kōrero. So when you have that kind of thing, we, like, you know, Ngāti Takihiki, Ngārongo, Hinemata, Tūkorehea and Kowhata, all of us have been working with remnants, and we're trying to enhance and revitalise remnants, but we're also wanting to spread back into the farmland. So that's a key, you know, what needs to be done is like actually returning and flipping farmland back into natural areas.
Thank you.
Which goes down really well with our Tribes Farm Board, as you can imagine.
Yeah. I think your interviews were concluded some years ago now. Is it 2015 or 16?
Yeah, long time.
Yeah.
Long time ago. That's when we were rereading everything again. A lot's happened in 5 years as well. Lots of positive things have happened. You know, we've got younger generations really hungry and they're involved, and we've got young people who've been trained through these research projects. We've got more PhD scholars that have come through our research projects, and they're getting really amazing jobs pushing that transformation aspect, that transformative aspect.
And I think you referred to the fact that there's now, in relatively recent times, a mainstream consensus, around freshwater quality or the lack of it, and I think some statutory initiatives undertaken by the Crown in relation to freshwater generally and in relation to Māori in particular. Including changes to the RMA in 2017. I wondered, given that those initiatives post-date your report, whether you had any particular experience of how those statutory changes are bedding in, or whether you have seen anything as a consequence of those?
Look, I feel very passionately about this area. It's not moving fast enough. It's not.
Right.
Yeah, and that's a problem. Even though there's been dramatic change in the way people see fresh water in Aotearoa, it's not enough. We need massive... I'm just hugely committed to as many projects, so as many hapu-led projects linking up and down coastlines or across areas to kind of return natural integrity and in return health and well-being to people. because we're in the middle. We've just come through a pandemic. That's an ecological decline issue. That's of global scale. And we've got the incredibly complex vulnerabilities of climate change. And there will be shocks, and we're not ready for them. So I feel very strongly that we do need so much more concerted, transformative effort that is funded really well. If I can give you an example, I went to a talk last night on the Raukawa, and they've just been awarded 34 million to do something about the Raukawa ranges on Ngāti Para. It's led by Māori. We need massive projects. I was talking in Taranaki 10 days ago. I said we need to link between Wellington and New Plymouth and do the West Coast. Because we're the similar conditions, climate conditions and vulnerabilities, and we've got the similar conditions that have happened to our waterways, and Taranaki Whānui and Te Atiawa have done incredibly well with many others in improving all the waterways running off Taranaki Maunga. They've done incredible amounts of work, but what you don't want is any kind of slippage in political will that returns to what things maybe were over the last decade. And I just say we cannot return to any kind of sense of how water was treated by farming. You just have to say it's over. It is over.
So we've moved in the right direction, if I can summarise, we've moved in the right direction, but you think not urgently enough and not enough is being done.
Not enough's been spent on it. Because I think the thing about what these people are saying, it's their voice to activate action. And that's what our team tried to do, and it's what the historical team have tried to do, is make people hear that we are in serious trouble, and then what can we do collectively and collaboratively to increase it again.
Thank you. Okay. I had some specific questions about the content. How are we going for time, by the way? Some specific questions about passages in your report. One, the first is at page 152. And this is the paragraph second from the bottom. And you say, these lengthy but undeniably persuasive voices converge to emphasise Crown actions and state-sanctioned agricultural expansion as critical impacts upon customary use, species abundance and the crisis of these concerns today. Such a resonating litany of voices chronicles successive and destructive actions as a methodical dismantling of Māori values, cultural context, use rights, customary use protocols and iwi hapu relationships to waterways. This is disgraceful. Do you make any distinction in reaching that conclusion between the actions of private Pākehā settlers or landowners, local authorities and central government, or is that... So my question is, who is that criticism directed at, and in particular, who do you say has undertaken the methodical dismantling that you have described?
Gosh. Just reading back to the context. I do believe that, and you ask whether settler farmers, Pākehā farmers, Crown. Can you just repeat what your
my question is, who is that criticism directed at? Is there do you draw a distinction between central government, local government, or Pākehā farmers?
I think it's everything. I think it's all of it. If we think about it contextually, and in the relentless pursuit, I believe, of agricultural farming in its current guise, or industrialised dairying in its current guise, for example, because I've had a lot to do with regional and local council over the years, and I've been to many a meeting with people, is that there's a sensibility that there is a particular way of farming in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I just want to repeat it again. It's over. We can't do it anymore because it's impacting on water and the health of people. So you have to, I probably got quite stirred up about that.
Yeah.
Because when you hear all those voices from people talking about different areas that I've walked many of these waterways because that's the methodology that we used for our research, was actually to walk and talk that actual whenua people were talking about. So when you're walking up stream systems, for example, the Lake Wairongamai stream from the mouth into the lake is undergoing massive revitalisation by Ngā Hapu Otaki now. And that started in 2012. But when you're walking up a lake where you actually can see the cow faeces coming down the stream, and it's pugged and it smells and the water's a really nasty colour, and then you get to this lake where you've got cows standing in it and they're pooping and peeing in that water, and you have to go, what part of this don't people understand? So I suppose that's when I get a little bit, I probably had a bit of a pukiriri that night when I was writing this section, and I just went, it's enough, it's disgraceful, we can't keep doing this. So I am projecting that against anyone who is probably following a particular way of economic production or economic development that is actually killing us at the same time. Stupid. It's just, I don't get it, and I do get angry. And then when I get really angry, I cry. So, yeah. So I probably had to cry after that one too, because it's hard work. It's hard work.
Thank you.
I've had some interesting conversations. We've had some really positive conversations, and I'll reiterate that again. My cousin Moira and I going to meetings with a really proactive manager at Horizons Regional Council, and we would walk out with 20 grand just because he goes, I'm going to give you this money so you can start doing that work, for example. Or we could have another converse conversation with a leader within Horizons Regional Council where I'm actually pulling his pants, like grabbing his side and pulling him to make him sit down because he's just been incredibly rude to the kaumātua who's there in the meeting. So, yeah, this is why I'm saying this kind of work, it's incredibly complex, and you're dealing with people who have got levels of engagement and willingness to work with Māori. So you have to work with them all. And then those who don't want to work with them at all, just leapfrog over them, and that's what we did. We did that on stream systems and waterways. When the farmer wouldn't let us go there, we didn't go there. When they said no, no meant no. But you would leapfrog over them and then do benefits on the other side. And that person, especially if it was upstream, they get the benefits from downstream. So they change eventually. But anyway, I'm talking a little bit too much there now. But that is to everyone who doesn't get it, that if we damage the natural environment, we're damaging ourselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we are at past 3 o'clock. So.
We are. That might be a good place to stop for now. All right, thank you. We're back in 20 minutes. 3:20. Thank you.
Get ready for new playlists personalized for you. With new Release Mix, Your Mix, and Discover Mix, you'll easily find music that you'll love. Play them now in the YouTube Music app.
It's YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a trial of Music Premium on us. Limited eligibility, restrictions apply. It's YouTube Music.
All right, we are now continuing with Mr. Stevens. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honour. I just have two more questions, Professor Smith. The first one is in relation to page 189 of your report. And in the first paragraph there on that page, you relay the view of Ngāti Pāre representatives, and you say the Crown has illegally assumed the right to allocate and charge for rights to water use, despite Ngāti Pāre being clear that they held the property and tino rangatiratanga rights to water. Water takes have occurred historically without consideration of their sustainability or environmental effect, and contrary to agreements between local hapu and the Crown. Representatives were also aware of water being removed from aquifers and taken out of the rohe. This might not be a fair question to ask you on the fly, but would you be able to be more specific or clarify for us what the nature of the illegal assumptions are that are being referred to there, or the Crown actions that are being referred to there, and also what the agreements are that are being referenced? And if you can't do that now, could we follow up?
Yeah, I think we could definitely follow up, and I can look into that for you, but I think also maybe the historical report might look into that as well, and the opportunities for those claimants as well when they go into more detail in their claims, their respective claims, because that's their voice. So
Right.
we recorded their voice. So if that's what they're talking about, that's experiences that they've had, which are not my personal experiences, but I'm aware of the context of that. So
the specifics, I can follow up with the claimants, is probably the better way?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
Get it done.
Last question is in relation to paragraph 8 of your summary. And I think we have touched on this many times, not only from questions from me, but from my learned friends, other counsel for the claimants. You mentioned that the interviewees' perspectives highlight an inability to act compellingly or persuasively with or within government entities, particularly with respect to resource management, environmental cultural practices, and the active restoring of the health and well-being according to Māori world views. My question was, does that reflect their ability to engage with government entities historically, or does that reflect the current state of affairs? Is there any sense of improvement over time in relation to participants' ability to engage with the Crown, with government entities about the environment?
I think if I can just remember the context too of when I was writing this, it is contextual to the claimants or the informants. It's their experience with local or regional councils and maybe the frustrations that they've felt in regards to each of their different areas. Because if you think about all these hapu have their different rohe, and they are responsible for that, that they feel that there's the process is quite convoluted to go to hearings. I mean, even I'm struggling to remember because I just have to go to all of those things as well. But the context of what you follow in order to have your voices heard is indicative that the iwi and hapu voice is not privileged in the onset. So it's not that knowledge of place is not grounded within the local authorities' auspices. They're coming from their local authority auspice, and they're not, and I think I mentioned it before, they're not mindful enough or maybe perhaps knowledgeable enough of what is the intricacies of the iwi and hapu relationship to place. So it becomes a compounded inability to engage with the process, which is really quite foreign to the way they would like to probably engage. Right. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
And I think about those, you know, they want to see action done, you know, they want to be active participants in it, but there's a process that says, oh no, you must follow this and we're going to go by clause 312, whatever, report such and such, blah, blah, blah. It just doesn't wear. And that's where I think when I'm remembering how I wrote this, you know, in relation to the report, it's all about how iwi and hapu, kaitiaki, or those who are trained or knowledgeable in this area feel like it's a battle dealing with the way the system has been set up that they have to engage in. So it's not a really balanced kind of field.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to acknowledge those guys, because those guys and girls who work so hard to privilege the cultural voice of their place and their place to stand. And that's what drives them. And then to have another system or approach that doesn't quite recognise where they're coming from is compounding. It creates an impact on how you might want to see change happen. So I think that's a roundabout way of saying why they feel curtailed by an authority's way of doing things. It reminds me of examples. I think about the work of, you know, the incredible work that, you know, young leaders like Pātaka Moore and Caleb Royal and all the work they've done over years working and battling the system of authorities, and that they have been able to bring a very strong values, Māori values-based approach that they would so much prefer Kapiti Coast District Council to really, really acknowledge that way that they've put things forward about how they would like to see planning happen. So I just think we're not quite there yet where there's a balance in the way the authorities deal with each other.
Do you have a sense of improvement though?
Like I said, it's not fast enough.
Right.
Yeah, not fast enough, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all of my questions. I just wanted to acknowledge your evidence and your work. I'm grateful for it, and thank you for your answers today.
Kia ora,
Thank you.
Thank you. We might begin with Dr. Suter.
Ka nui ngā mihi ki a koe huhana.
Kia koe hoki.
Nō mua no atu koe i rangahau tēnei kaupapa te tai ao. Te hoki ngā mahara ki te wā i a tāua i te pūtai atoi.
Tēnā koe.
I rangahau koe ngā wairepo, te paru i roto i ngā roto, ngā awa i roto i te rohe o Ngāti Tūkorehe. Tēnei wā kei te kau e tonu koe tērā kaupapa nā reira ngā mihi ki a koe.
Tēnā koe.
And good to see you returned
Aye.
to Te Pūtai Atoi.
Yep, nice
Kia
to
ora.
see you too.
Tell me, while I've got you, and this is not in your report, I wanted to know, what does kuku mean?
Okay. It can refer to some things. Patu Mākuku is possibly another name of the Kuku stream, which has kind of hapu relationships to it. But kuku in Aotearoa, from when I was doing my studies and talking to a lot of kaumātua who have passed away now, and they were remembering the kōrero of previous kaumātua, that kuku is a term that refers to holding fast. So it's similar to kia mau, but kuku is a shellfish. It's not a mussel, because we don't have mussels on our coastline. It's a shellfish, but it's more the action. So it's more a verb-orientated word, which means the clenching of a fist to say the deal's done. So, and from when I was talking to my kaumātua about this story, and all of them who I spoke to about this are gone, they spoke to about that the action of the shellfish closing and that little spit of water that comes out, and it's really hard to open the shellfish after that happens. Tūkorehe were within their rohe and placed within rohe because they were lawmakers and they made the decisions about things. So when the action of kuku was to clasp something really tightly, that means deal's done, law's made, move on. So that was the sensibility I got from that kind of taunahanaha place. You know, they were talking about kuku. But it also refers to a stream, and perhaps, the kuku stream is a longer word called Patumākuku.
Excellent. I only have a couple of questions, and really in reading your report, it's the people you interviewed I need to be asking these questions of, but I'll try. You refer to on page 89, Raukawa Wk, and there's a photograph,
89.
I think, of it on page 88. Is that right?
Are we 88 and 89? Or
Yes, yes.
is that the Raukawa, talking about that process of, sorry.
Yeah, at the top of page 89.
Oh, yep.
And I really just wanted to know if you could explain to me how it was used.
If I recall rightly, and I'm not the fisher gatherer, and I'm just recalling what I've been told, Raukawa is a form of, there's a plant, and there everyone's going to be growling me now for forgetting the name of the plant, but the Raukawa. So the Raukawa is the plant, and it has particular leaves. It has a stem and particular leaves on either side. So when you pāwhara an eel and you place it within, and then you bind the leaves around it. So it's like a form, and then that was cooked on the konga, that was cooked on the ashes. So it's a form of cooking, of smoking eel in a way that infuses the tuna or the eel with that flavour of the leaves. So it's a really old practice, and it was something that our people were famous for, the Raukawa. And I know that my Auntie Hama planted the trees, particularly in her garden, to try and get them back, because they're not really found readily in the forest anymore. But that was, you could imagine all those papakanga by water having access to those trees and then being able to prepare the tuna in that way.
Have you tried tuna that's been cooked that way?
I haven't, unfortunately, no.
Do you think we'll get a chance?
No, we do something else. So. Well, I might. Yes, I might. Well, we might try doing that. I think it would be quite marvellous. But Kuku is famous for its tuna McNuggets, so it does have a particular way of cooking its tuna at the marae, which is like a really super crunchy. I don't eat Kentucky Fried Chicken, but it has the kind of texture of crunch, and they're like small morsels, and that is what Tūkorohe is famous for. But it used to be Raukawa.
Kia ora. Well, page 102, where you talk about the Kōpū Taroa stream as the cleanest, why is that?
Say that again, Monty, sorry.
On page 102, you're quoting somebody, an interview, where they say, I think the Kōpū Taroa is the cleanest of the streams, and I was wondering why that is, why it's the cleanest.
Because their people have fixed up their wetlands in the Rohe. So I'm looking at our mate and he's nodding. So yes, it's because work has been done since the mid-1990s to improve the condition of the wetlands. And again, they're right, it's not going to be the cleanest water because of the nutrient runoff from other farms.
Because isn't that, I looked at the photograph and I thought, well, that's not very clean, but that's downstream.
That's downstream.
I see.
Yeah. I'm sure at some stage Takenehi and the crew from Kereru will be able to tell you much more detail.
Okay, my last question is to do with Te Reo Māori. How does the environmental degradation contribute to language loss? And I saw your argument on page 159, but it doesn't square with other tribal areas where we've had the degradation of our waterways and we've had deforestation, yet we managed to retain our reo for another generation or so. So how can you put that argument when other tribes, you know, their experiences are counter to it?
It's a really good question, Monty. That's a really good question. I hazard a guess. I'm just going to say I'm going to hazard a guess. I think it's because we are close to Te Upoko Te Ika, so we're close to the centre of governance, Crown. And I think the actions that have happened to alienate our people, because of our close proximity to that area, may have had a lot to do with that, and that we shifted our practices more readily. I don't want to say too much, actually, because I could be completely wrong.
So
It's not really a right or wrong answer. I'm thinking that the changes made, because we were in close proximity to Wellington, that became the centre of Crown and the development of legislations, well, it just fans out from there. So I even think about 1865. I think about the conflict between the Kingitanga and the government, and we are Kingites, so we're not in Waikato, we're in that region of Horowhenua. So there's a lot of interplay and contextual kind of power play going on, and I think we had all sorts of complex internal struggles that would develop not only between peoples because of legislation and changes and things changing on the ground, and that if I think, and fast forward really quickly, I think about my great-grandfather through a kōrero of my auntie, he had encouraged my mother, my aunties to be Pākehā because it was too strong, and that you need to learn the ways of the Pākehā because it's too strong, because it had become also pervasive. But I think what he also talked about in the 1920s is that my grandmother had to learn English in order to understand what the Pākehā were doing, because there was so much change going on the ground and they had actually no idea what was going on. So I listened very carefully to what Suzanne was saying, the Woodley report about the impacts of local government, but then the impacts of legislation and how that shifts and changes your power base, so that my great-grandfather was experiencing those changes dramatically on the ground, and that the strength and the dominating kind of knowledge systems and the dominating language and the dominating processes just meant, they just kind of go that way. So I'm a product of that generation, of my mother's generation, being actively encouraged by their Māori-speaking grandparents to be Pākehā. So I think it's a very complex question.
Don't worry, we'll keep asking it during the
You'll get a good
hearings.
answer. Yeah.
But, I don't disagree with what you're saying, that with the loss of tikanga around waterways and some of your practices, that you would lose vocabulary around, say, eeling or things like that. But to say that it's the reason for the loss of language, I think it's a bit of a leap too far. But we'll ask others about that.
Please do. And I think it is a very complex, and it's a great question, but it's a very complex, very nuanced. There's so many things going on that can help promulgate that impact on Te Reo. Yeah.
Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Ms Simpson? Tēnā koe. Tautoko ana ngā mihi kua mihia. Tēnei mahi rangahau. I just have a couple of questions, and really it's just about that relationship between, the correlation between water quality, customary practice, and then the well-being of people and the ecosystem. So if the waters are polluted, and you've given a table of waterways and associated uses, and in one of the uses that some of the waterways have is related to healing practices and blessings, etc. So if the water is polluted, what is the alternative, I suppose, for those practices? Because one would expect that healing and blessings would depend on a pure form of water.
I think currently, and I really just think about the experience of with my auntie Hama, and her blessings were done with boiled tap water.
So there are some adaptations that have been made.
It's the intent that you bring to it. Yeah, is the major point. Yeah.
But you have also included lots of examples where customary practices are still going on in respect of the waterways despite them being polluted, including taking food. So I guess the question is, that interruption to customary practice when the water is polluted not being a sudden thing or in some cases it hasn't. We've still continued to take food into exercise customary practice despite to the quality of the water. And what is the alternative to that anyway?
We still customarily catch small juvenile inanga, which are, if they grew into bigger fish, they would be native trout in the streams closer towards the hills. So we customarily take inanga every year. People are out there now. I think if I could just say, the Oho River in some respects is in okay condition. It's not great, but it's in okay condition. But the alternative is to recreate more areas that mimic. So we've just had a meeting last week exactly about that, about how we might recreate new ponding systems around the Oho River. That it doesn't matter if maybe might be contentious for them, but cut a hole into the stock bank and allow the tide to come in to enable and then replenish those ponds with reeds and sedges and grasses that should be there, because the inanga will adapt. They've adapted to spawning in pasture grass, and that's where they spawn at the moment on a big stretch of the Oho River. But it's not native, but they've adapted. So it's all about enhancing the resource, because actually we're probably, like I said before, we're dealing with remnanted natural integrity, and we're dealing with biodiversity that's probably actually not in a good shape. So I don't eat whitebait anymore, for example. Maybe if someone gave me some, I wouldn't say no, but I think I need to qualify that. But at the same time, too, I'm not actively engaged in that customary practice. I'm more concerned about, can we fix up as much as we can in order to have the abundance that we used to have, which enables the life cycle of that fish to become a big fish. In the Waikokapu stream, we have a stream called the Waikokapu stream, so I would like to see that happen. So,
in the report, you refer to families supplementing their food, I guess, by customary take or taking from the waterways, collection of traditional
Yes.
kai, particularly for those who are unemployed.
Yes.
So is that still available, I guess, in a safe way?
I would say not entirely. And I think about the research work of Caleb Royal and Pataka Moore, particularly around tuna. They've done incredible work that shows that the stocks are not healthy, and that there are parasites in their stomachs and there are haki on their bodies, which is an indicator of poor water quality. I know that the shellfish is not really safe to eat. And interestingly, having conversations about E. coli resistance and humans building up a resistance, which is not healthy, that you can withstand certain amounts of E. coli, but it's not good to ingest effluent. It's also anathema to cultural well-being. So I would say our coastline and our orohe, right the way through, you will find. I think most of our kai gatherers would agree that we're not in a safe or hyper healthy state.
And how do you think the changing climate is influencing and going to influence the health of the waterways in your rohe?
While we in the Porirua ki Manawatu catchment, we're going to get wetter. So we're going to see more floods. So floods have a shock damaging aspect. They can take a lot away. They can sedimentise shellfish in the marine environment. Floods can do a lot of damage. There's flooding, there's groundwater inundation, there's saltwater inundation, which means possibly arable products for, arable paddocks for cattle today will not be arable tomorrow. So what else happens? Standing water, flooding, coastal inundation, coastal erosion. So that kind of that eating away of the coastline. And then again, that sedimentation is carried south in the currents, so it deposits somewhere else. There's a range of complex areas within climate change vulnerabilities, because it's not just getting wetter, you're also going to have more drought. So more extremes that we're not measuring our seasons like we used to. But I think with a massive resurgence in Māori astronomy and people really, really trying to get their heads around the maramataka as a concept of time and following seasonal kind of aspects, there's a lot of us really, really trying to kind of re-enliven those traditions. And a lot of it is also based on ancestral knowledge that we've found in private personal archives and that kind of thing. So there's a lot of that kind of revitalisation going around Aotearoa. And I think a lot of people want to see a lot more of that. That's intoned through the Te Reo Māori revitalisation, a lot of those practices being intoned in children, a lot more taiao engaged practices being engaged through wetland revitalisation or lake revitalisation projects actually helping the kura kaupapa and Otaki, for example. So they become, case studies where the students go to learn and be in place and learn about it again. But they're learning about something a little bit different because we've had to revitalise everything that was surrounding it. I think it's an interesting point you make because we've dealt with so much severance, and I think that's what these reports talk about. It's drainage, it's cutting, it's engineering, it's getting the diggers in, it's putting a barrage here, fish can't go there, tuna can't climb there. We've done so much modification that it's all we are trying to do, like all the kaitiaki I work within the rohe, all we're trying to do is stitch it back together again. So.
Ka pai, ka nui tēnā. Kia ora.
Kia ora tāna.
Dr. Phillips.
Tēnā koe Huhana. It's lovely to see you here today.
Kia ora, nā mihi atu.
I don't have very many questions. Probably one I'm most puzzled by is the disjunct. I see a bit of a disjunct between your report and some of the historical information, in the sense that, and you even talked about it, what could happen in your mother's time, and in some of the interviews with Te Whena Lewis and Te Wari Kakik and others, talking about an abundance of fish and shellfish in the 80s, the 90s, even the early 2000s, more than enough to feed everybody, compared to the historical reports talking about drainage and loss of wetland and loss of all of that resources, and indeed protests from Māori at the time. So I'm wondering, three things occurred to me and I wanted to run them past you. One is that there's probably fewer families to feed because of urban migration. One might be that some of the people who were interviewed still own land close to waterways and can still access the resource. And a third is that some of the change to the environment is really recent. And one of the reports, I think it's the inland, the one we're hearing tomorrow, talked about that statistic and the decline in native fisheries from about 20% in 1990 to 75% threatened with extinction now. Whether you think one of those three might be the answer, all of them, or there might be something else altogether, because it really surprised me to hear people talking about abundance so recently. Having read the historical reports first, you see.
I think about, we have to kind of put ourselves in the minds of the kai gatherers, because I know Te Whena Lewis is a famous kai gatherer for the marae, and so he knows where everything is, which maybe the general person wouldn't know. So that's one thing. And I'm saying that he understands the systems within their rohe and the waterway systems in their rohe. So he goes places where other people don't go. perhaps. So it might be a sense of abundance in that sense. But I'm not completely, well, I would not poo-poo what he's saying at all. And similarly with Te Ware Kakik. When they probably talk abundance too, I mean, they were kids who grew up on whenua and they harvested every summer. So that whole kind of purpose, industrious purpose to go and create food for your winter, well, for over winter as well, like your drying of pipi and all of that kind of work over time. That's something that reflects abundance. But ours is evidence-based research, particularly between 2010 and 2015. And I think contextually that's at the real push. You've got to think about how economies were working in Aotearoa. So what's the emphasis? And if you push a particular kind of approach to dairying, for example, it's going to accelerate decline and you're going to see it in a shorter period of time.
So almost all of them in the interview said we can't do that anymore.
Yeah, they all say that we can't do that anymore.
Yeah, so I was just trying to work out why it was so recent given the historical impacts, but I might ask that question tomorrow as well.
Please ask that question tomorrow, but I think also if you think about like the mapping, just the mapping of the transformation, like to change from forest to, so we've done historicals, we've gone back as far as we can to present day, but when you look at what was a predominantly wetfoot lowland forest region teeming with all sorts of goodness, and you can still see that goodness in Lake Waiwere when you go up into the stream systems that are coming. There's a lot of little streams and springs that run off the lake.
Yes.
And you can see kōkapu in there, you can see trout in there. And they were inanga, and they've made their way there, and they're hanging there until they, become adults and, want to go off and spawn back down in the dirty waters of the Waiwere, whatever. But I think you've got to see too that the lament kind of thing is the magnanimous change to big wetland areas, and I think the Porotawhao region really explains that, because in my auntie's time too, she would talk about the kahikatea forest that was around Huia Marae, and she tells me the story of the hoodwinking of how that kuia lost her land. Rates, I can't quite remember the actual what happened, but these were areas that were they were remnanted, but able to have some sense of abundance within them.
Yes.
But the more we've intensified and the more we've gone into making sure those wetlands aren't coming back, the more damage has been done.
Right.
And we've intensified the number of, and I mean, Mike will tell you all about that tomorrow. So Mike, Helen and the team will probably most likely go into much more detail for you tomorrow to explain that a little bit better.
Yeah, and I did think maybe it's also less a component of diet, and lots of people have moved away, all these different issues that change what's needed.
Well, it's really interesting because a lot of people are moving back home.
Yes.
Auckland's too expensive.
Yeah.
People, younger generations wanting to come back and try and live back at the papakainga or create papakainga or be back home on the Tūranga Waiwai. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. That's more to think about. Thank you. And I just have some quite specific questions now. One was you mentioned, well, actually not you, but one of the interviews on page 68 talked about the Manawatu River Advisory Board.
68.
There's a quote there about it, page 68. Actually, that's not a quote from your interviews. That's from the website, I see now.
No.
Have a look at the footnote. Yes. So anyway, I wondered if in the research you've done and also in your own knowledge, whether you know anything about that board and what it does and its composition and...
I'm afraid I'm a little bit rusty on the Manawatu River Advisory Board. It's all about the Manawatu River and the work. I mean, Rangatani ki Manawatu, it was having a strong Māori representation on that board, and this is all around the Manawatu River revitalisation. So
Right.
the years that's now 15 years. Like, let me have a think. What are we now? Yeah, it's a good 11 years since that's been the effort and the work around. But I can't tell you any more detail on that. I think that was the Rangatani just making their point about
Right.
what they wanted included in this report.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Right,
Tāna koe, kia
okay.
ora.
Thank you. And page 203.
203?
203. This is Caleb Royal.
Right.
And he talked about, somewhere in there, gravel extraction, he said, at the rate of 50,000 cubic metres per year. And I wondered if you knew which river or rivers that referred to. Is that about
Probably the Otaki River.
just the Otaki River?
I would say so,
Right, okay, thank you.
But I think, but I'm pretty sure he's talking about the Otaki River.
Right. Oh, actually, sorry,
He
I gave
does,
you the wrong...
Yeah,
I gave
2003,
you the,
roll on. Yeah, it's the Otaki River.
Yeah, sorry, I gave you the wrong
You can debate.
note there. It's page 188. I'm a question ahead of myself. Is it Caleb Royal? Yes, it is Caleb Royal still, but it's an earlier quote.
I'm sorry, page
Page 188.
188. Yep.
Anyway, that's what he said, but you think it's the Otaki River. Great,
Yes.
thank you. And also on page 203, which was my second one, is that he refers to a proclamation about the Otaki River, and I wondered if you knew what that was about.
I think you're going to have to ask Ngāti Pare when you get to talk to them about that. A proclamation is on page 203.
Yes, that's right.
I'm just scrolling down. The gravel extraction, they claim, and they've taken by proclamation. Unfortunately, I don't know the detail of that.
You don't?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So who should I ask about that?
Well, Caleb Laurel or Ngāti Pare, when you come to that.
When they'll be giving evidence,
yes,
right?
kia ora.
Okay. And finally, I wanted to, it was interesting that you talked about DOC and the reclaiming of wetlands around Waiwere. And I thought DOC must have a big role in the Tararua Forest Park with the waterways there, managing those. But I wondered, nobody really talks about DOC in the interviews. And I wondered why that was. Do they just not really manage any rivers in terms of scenic reserves or...?
Yeah, I suppose it was the nature of the questions. So I think when we were trying to kind of get answers to the thematic and the different themes, is that the questions were kind of tailored in a particular way, which is really about our people's responses rather than the local authority, well, an authority like DOC. So yeah, it's interesting that you observed that. We have many of us have a lot to do with DOC, but more so we've had lots more to do with Ngā Whenua Rāhui, which is the Māori subsidiary of DOC.
Yes,
And we've had a lot of training of young kaitiaki and Māori managers of Te Taiao who are now doing great jobs working inside, working with councils and for the benefit of systems and Indigenous systems from a Māori worldview. Yeah, so that's been a positive kind of relationship that we developed, and that relationship for us in Ngāti Tūkorehe started in 2000. Yeah.
Okay, great. I'll pursue that later in the hearings. Thank you very much for your evidence. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Professor Smith, I just had two questions. The first one is, you accept then, from what I've heard you say today, that we can only ever aspire to revitalisation rather than restoration. And that's obvious given the nature of land tenure in the district. And do you think there's been quite a bit of criticism about the RMA and the fact that it's not retrospective in effect, so you can't really review who was responsible for environmental damage before 1991. We can only look forward and deal with resource consensus they come up and do the relevant planning around how we manage resources from here on in. So when you emphasise revitalisation, how do you think that the RMA empowers that?
Well, the RMA has, how does it do that? The Resource Management Act had the particular areas of interest, I suppose, when iwi and hapu were trying to have their voices heard within cases, and maybe they have to go to the Environment Court or something like that. So the RMA is the auspice, and you're looking at the Part 2 matters of national significance, and then the key areas, Section 6E, 7, etc., the ones that really pull out ancestral relationships to land, protection, kaitiakitanga, all of these things. It's the actual process of iwi and hapu engagement in that, it's a very difficult process for iwi and hapu to be engaged in, and I've had a lot to do with Environment Court cases of iwi and hapu trying to protect and be kaitiaki of certain things in their rohe, and in particular in our rohe against coastal subdivision, or we go to hearings with local council, and we're trying to evoke the areas of the Resource Management Act. It's often been the difficulty of the interest of the other party outweighing the interest of iwi and hapu. So my experience, I'm feeling a little rusty on the RMA at the moment, to be perfectly honest, ma'am. I'm now...
Well, it's actually your experience that I'm interested in.
It's my experience. Okay, good. So if I think about our experience with the RMA and local government, and particularly around the development of coastal subdivisions in our region, so if you think between Otaki and Levin, and our kaitiaki often went to hearings to try and limit the numbers of coastal subdivisions because we were conscious of our wahi tapu, our ancestral landscape, our wahi tupuna, and these are on areas that are no longer in Māori land tenure, of course, but the significance remains. So we've had, particularly since 2006, we've had a lot of engagement in trying to prevent the size of coastal subdivisions in the rohe, much to the upset of people who want a holiday house in Waikawa, or maybe a golf course at the end of the Oho River, which is a new one that's just arisen. But my experience has been that the Resource Management Act, while it has clauses within it to assist iwi and hapu, it's still a battle to argue the points of iwi and hapu knowledge systems leading the way. That's always been really hard. I know I look at my learned friend on the screen, Leo Watson was part of our Tai Ao Raukawa group. He was our legal representative, and I mean he was fabulous as to try and help us strengthen the provisions within the RMA so that they would be enacted more readily through council and our engagement through that process. But often it was kind of piecemeal, or we didn't quite get what we really intended. And even through the process, if I think about a particular subdivision that is at the end of Muhunoa, and we work closely with Ngāti Kikopiri, is that we wanted at least for that subdivision developer to at least name the place that it is. muhunoa, which means place of respite and place of peace, but it ends up getting called Oho Sands. Now, the Oho River is inland, like it flows out to sea, of course, but the crossing for Haunui-a-Nanaia is further inland. There is no Oho Beach. It's not Oho Sands, it's Muhunoa, but we didn't get that one little thing that Ngāti Kikopiri were really asking for. Please acknowledge the name of the rohe as Muhunoa, and that was not taken into consideration. So now you have quite a large subdivision in that area now, and I think if we were to really interrogate it...
So would you have lost the ability to do revitalisation work there?
Well, we have lost the ability to revitalise within that subdivision because we asked for a range of things, but they weren't considered. So we were there, if I remember rightly, Tairaka were there to support Ngāti Kikopiri against that subdivision, and if there were things going forward, these were the things that we were putting in place. We wanted to do the waterways with them. There's the Ohene Lagoon in there because we were doing the neighbouring wetland, and they're all connected subsurfacely, but they refused. So even though there are provisions within the RMA, it's always levels of compliance, and it's always levels of as to, well, we're going to actually balance this in more so towards the developer than we are to the iwi and hapu knowledge of place. And that's been our experience. Strathnaver Drive's another one, but with love and respect, and I say this for the record, is that it was Ngāti Wehi who made the decisions, and that was not Ngāti Tūkorehe's proviso to do that, and that we did not agree to a major subdivision in that area because we know that the current moves south, and that to revitalise an area like that, you don't need to build a subdivision where you know it's going to flood again, and that's what they've done. So it has been done, and I do again just want to reiterate with respect to the decision makers who enabled that to happen. I don't want to poo-poo what they decided to do.
All right, thank you. And would you class a lot of the storytelling that occurs in your report, which is real and lived experiences, as people who've attempted to follow through on, I think, the nature of kaitiakitanga through revitalisation? Would you classify it that way?
Well, yes, to revitalise their relationships to place through active kaitiaki, through active exercising and expressions of kaitiakitanga. Okay. But it's got a contemporary context to it now. I think you understand what I'm saying in that respect?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I hope so. But if you feel I haven't, just keep going.
No, kitapai. No, that's all right. Sorry.
Clarify further.
Yeah.
No?
It is, it's because we're dealing with so much damage, it's very, very, very complex. And there's many things you have to consider at once in order to do the change. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'm going to be very pleased to have this before us when we're report writing, because to capture the voices that you've caught over this period of time is very unusual, so many different voices, and it's going to be extremely useful. Thank you. And Dr. Monti has one more question.
I forgot to ask you, in response to Mr. Chong, you said that kouwhata and wehi are iwi in their own right. Is that right?
Correct, and tūkorehe, yep.
Yeah, but those two. Isn't wehi kouwhata's child?
Yes.
Yet
Isn't wehi kouwhata's son? Wehi is the son of kouwhata. Yes.
Yeah.
And tūkorehe is the brother of kouwhata.
But they're all iwi in their own right.
I do believe I have that correct, and if I will be corrected if I'm incorrect, but they do regard themselves as...
No, you're right. I looked at the whakapapa, but I was trying to understand how the child of somebody could mean that you've got two iwi in their own right. And I'm talking about wehi and kouwhata.
Maybe the prowess of wehi. I don't think I can answer that as well as you would probably like, and I think maybe that's a really good question to ask Ngāti Wehi.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, kia ora.
Well, thank you. You're free to go, unless there are any further questions that are follow-up from the tribunal's questions. No? Nothing from council online? No. All right, thank you.
Ngā mihi atu, kia ora.
Dr. Sute has one thing to announce.
On my way to lunch, I was accosted by Te Kianihi Teira, who had the answer to ko whiti whiti, my question as to what it was, and to be fair, I'm sharing it with everybody. It's native watercress. Its scientific name is Nasturtium officinale, and it was used by Raukawa while they were on the move, and he's referring to Ngā Hekinga, and he thinks that Captain Cook used it to deal with scurvy that his sailors had, and that you can find out more about this through Charles Royal, the chef Charles Royal, not Te Ahu Kauramu, on media.newzealand.com. 100% pure New Zealand. Kia ora.
Thank you. I want to deal first of all with the memorandum filed jointly by Council Dr. Gilling, Mr. Homer, Mahoney Homer.
That's our firm's name.
Oh, I see.
It's Marnie Horner.
Right. Well, filed on your behalf by Tanahu Legal and McCall Lewis. So let's deal with that first. I've had a chance to read it now, and there are issues around delay, which you're all conscious of, I'm sure. There's no way that I can expect the Crown to be ready with the time frame that you're suggesting in the memo as a deadline for filing. It's difficult to get this panel together at the best of times. So we've already had quite a long lead up to hearing dates, and I should explain further. It would also mean the tribunal has less than 2 weeks to review tangata whenua briefs, many of which we presume will be very long and have quite technical material in it, even though it's going to be classified as tangata whenua evidence. I'm sure people like the Kianihi Taylor's not going to file material that doesn't draw on his expertise, for example. And I also note that how will the delay affect the ability of Coordinating Council to file any site visit requests, which are due on the 8th of October? And it's unclear if this delay would affect the ability of Coordinating Council to file a draft hearing timetable. There are many things that are impacted by this suggestion, and it's unclear if Council can meet the existing and earlier filing deadline of the 22nd of October to file opening submissions for that week, if they are to be filed at all. So, taking into account all those factors, I'm not prepared to grant the month-long extension. I'm only prepared to grant an extension until a week following, that's the Tuesday following the deadline. Now, if that means that the hearing can't go ahead at all, I need Council to tell me.
The key issues were that a fortnight out from a hearing has often been used by the tribunal as the date for filing of tangata whenua evidence, and so so that was a concern from the claimant's point of view. From Council's point of view, we have simply had a pile-up of various tribunal...
Yes, I've read the memorandum. You don't
yes.
need to rehearse those reasons again. But as I've said, other than the hearing not going on at all because people just won't want to conduct the hearing. I need to know that so that we can cancel all our arrangements internally. So if you take instructions overnight, all of you, if that's what your clients want, and let us know.
As Your Honour pleases.
The second thing is the memorandum filed by, on behalf of Te Hono, Mr. Rogers. And I've had a look at that too. Does the Crown have anything to say about that?
This is in relation to Friday's presentation. I think we did. I'm just going to have to refresh my memory. Sorry, Mum. So that was the memo that came in yesterday, wasn't it, from Mr. Armstrong? Mr.
No, it only came in today.
Perhaps Mr. Rogers could quickly remind me what the issue was. Oh, it's about whether or not the whole thing is read. Sorry, thank you. Well, the Crown does have some concerns about some of the reasons given for why the whole thing needs to be read. Full respect being paid to the submission that it is the evidence of the people who have written the report. And I wish I had the report in front of me, actually. I'll just quickly pull it up, because one of the concerns that I had was with the very first paragraph of the actual report itself, which quite clearly states, if I just whip down to it, so there's two things. Firstly is this first paragraph, and then the second thing is the number of times that the authors cite technical evidence in preparing this information. So the very first paragraph of this report paper says, "We do not claim that this statement represents the views of all members of the hapu to which we respectively belong. Make this statement for ourselves, following whānau and hapu discussions, but acknowledge that in submissions others of whānau and hapu may seek to add to it or give another opinion. Paying full respect to that, if one then turns to the memo that was filed by Woodward Law, and I don't have that one on my screen at the minute, but essentially they're saying that it is the opportunity for these 9 hapu to give their background information and effectively toko iho, kōrero toko iho, in order to be able to lay some foundation for the evidence that's then going to follow. But that doesn't seem to meld with paragraph 1, which says it's these authors who have actually written this report. Obviously there has been some, and the Crown isn't interested in what has gone on between members of the claimant groups, but there's obviously something that has gone on to make some people want to withdraw their support for the document. So there are questions about that. So that is the first issue. The second issue is the number of times that the authors actually cite technical reports, and I actually spent some time writing them all out. There are multiple. You only need to look at the footnotes of the actual paper itself to see the nature of the papers that the authors are referring to in order to back up the information or their sources of information. So we're just concerned about that. But in terms of the opportunity for tangata whenua to present their kōrero, of course the Crown does not object to that.
All right. Well, noted that those paragraphs that you've raised, but you obviously aren't being prejudiced in any way by having 2 hours allocated on Friday and 2 hours allocated at the next hearing?
Not at all. And in
Okay.
fact, it would look like we've got plenty of time on Friday to hear the whole thing. So if they're wanting to read the whole thing.
Well, I'm not sure we will, because we have to finish at 3.
Right. The other thing I might possibly note is that it took me a lot longer than 4 hours to read that paper, and I was reading it without reading it out loud. So whether it takes 4 hours or longer, but that's not a matter for the Crown.
We will be finishing at 3.
Your Honour, please.
All right, Mr. Rogers. So the ruling is that the presentation will take place according to the agenda as said for 2 hours, and then the rest of the report can be read at the next hearing.
Ka pai, Mum, and as a question of clarification, if we are ahead of schedule...
I might add that in the follow-up direction, because I don't necessarily agree with the reasoning in the memorandum, I will address those points that I disagree with in that, on behalf of the tribunal. Sorry, what were you going to say?
No, that was all.
Thank you. Well, that brings us to the close of today, I think, because I don't think the Potter party, Dr. Potter and your colleagues are here, are they?
Ma'am, they've been briefed to begin their evidence first thing in the morning.
All right.
And we've put the question as well regarding Mr. Alexander's evidence and when that can be, when his presentation could begin if we continue to run ahead of schedule.
So you will keep him up to date about where we're at in terms of the program, because if we can get through that evidence tomorrow and finish reasonably early on Thursday, then Mr. Walker can take... Doesn't appear to be that Mr. Walker will have many questions. So we may be able to get through everybody by the end of Thursday, except for those who are going to read Normuatu.
So I'm corresponding with Mr. Walker and I understand tribunal staff are in touch with Mr. Alexander.
Ma'am, could I be excused for tomorrow? I have other things which I have to get on with, and they're not witnesses which concern my claim.
Certainly. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. If I may also seek leave to withdraw for the remainder of the week, Mr. Chong and Ms. Martinez will be attending for Rainey Collins for the remainder of the week, ma'am.
Thank you.
As Your Honour pleases.
To the end. Ka tuku atu au te wā ki a koe.
Ki ino I tātou e te ariki e te kaihanga, ka tuku ngā whakamoemiti ki a koe, nāu mātou I āta whai tēnei rā. Tukuna mai toa ana hera pono, ki arataki mātou ki te wāhi noho, wāhi moi rānei, ke whakahoki pai mai a pōpō, ka ino atu ki a koe, I rungi te ngua tō, tama iu kraiti, a ke tonu atu, āmene.